the history of our entire Europe for the better. It was, and in many ways, and it is. But we also see excessive and unfair politicization now, because of which common achievements can begin to crumble. I instructed our government to be at the border between our states in the near future by February 24th. And I am asking you, Donald, Mr. Prime Minister, to come to the border as well. Mr. President, I am asking you to support this dialogue. This is national security. We must not delay this. The coming days give us a chance to do that. I am ready to also be at the border together with our government, and I want to address now the European Commission. Unity in Europe must be preserved. This is a fundamental interest of the European Union, and therefore Ukraine appeals to the European Commission to have a representative of the European Commission also participate in the meeting. Enough of Moscow on our lands, enough misunderstandings. Wow. What do you think about that, Christopher? I wasn't expecting to read that out because it just came across me, so I'm a little bit like not prepared to, I don't know, speak about it afterward. But Terry,
yeah, no, I'm just, you know, I'm very thankful for Yorkshire. Wow, very nice.
Pardon?
I have a little calendar here from Yorkshire. Sorry, just I was opening that and I wasn't expecting anything, and so yeah, both of us expectations. Anyway,
that's so funny. Well, maybe we might explain what we're talking about in a moment, but I think that's a fantastic speech by President Zelensky. And this is one of the things, as we were talking about earlier, is showing that unity and not allowing people to divide us over silly little differences that we can really just get together and talk about. So, you know, let's just do that. News you can use. Thank you for waiting and welcome to the panel.
I just was wanting to clarify who was having the riots in the streets every day. Was that Iran?
Well, you're not. What riots? What type of riots? That could literally mean anywhere or anything. Riots in the streets.
Oh, it was the last speaker before you.
Another Alex Ferguson, did you want to come back up and talk about that again? If you do, please feel free to do so. At the moment, whilst we wait and see what he wants to do. Oh, here he comes. We will go to Terry Fella in the meantime. Please go ahead, Terry Fella.
Oh, I just put another mouthful of food in my mouth.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's in Iran. So this is the Women Life Freedom movement over there. So these are anti-Islamic regime Iranians who are trying to essentially topple the government. Initially, it all started off with rioting. They realized that wasn't particularly effective. So it's now more focused on industrial sabotage. But they're still out in the streets fighting from time to time. And occasionally they assassinate an IRGC commander.
Does that answer your question?
It does. And I wonder where I can get this news.
I can recommend a couple of, well, if you see a cartoon penguin, follow them. So cartoon dogs, enemy number 1, Russia. Enemy number 2, Islamic regime, North Korea, etc. Penguins, enemy number 1, Islamic regime. Enemy number 2, Putin. So yeah, they will be the guys posting videos of the riots and stuff like that. Some of them are actually in Iran.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, everybody. Terry, please go ahead. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to shut my mic off, I think. I wanted to come back to the speech from Zelensky about meeting on the Polish border. No matter how busy he is, he just seems to be able to stay. I guess he's got people around him to help him stay on top, but he is always right on top of some of the most pressing issues, and he will always make sure that something can be implemented. Not, oh, well, we'll talk about this next month. It's right, we'll do this in a few days, or and the changes that will go on in Narada. That he says he wants to change on this, and Narada get together, and it's done. No days and weeks, months of having to debate it all, and it all go backwards and forwards. And I must admit, after his trip to Germany, and then he went down to, was it Kupiansk, I think, and then he was back home again, and it was the Heavenly Hundreds Memorial. And I must admit, that morning, I thought, he's looking almost ill. He's wearing himself out. But he still keeps going. And I just find this man such an inspiration. I wish I could do even a fraction of the amount of work that he can do. But that speech was just trying to basically say, okay, let's get together, let's sort it once and for all. But he wasn't blaming the farmers. He wasn't even specifically referencing Russia, but he was basically saying, okay, let's unify ourselves. And this emphasis on unity is obviously one of his main things, but it is so right. We've got to start to show a united front everywhere, haven't we?
Absolutely, 100%. And, you know, we have to stop arguing about these issues and start talking about how we find solutions. And that comes to including any of the small things that we complain about within our own societies, because that's, like I said before, the cracks that Russia tries to lean on. So if we can be united, even in small ways, in local ways, and start that on a local way, and we can start that. We've lost community in this country, I feel, Terry Fella, a little bit. I don't know about anybody else's countries, but I think we need to get back to, that's what I've learned from Ukrainians, is that we need to get back to having that proper community and to start considering things a world community and look at ourselves as a world community, because if one part of the world isn't doing very well, then the other part of the world should hold them up and help them, because that's what you do with your most vulnerable in society. And I think that's a mark of an example of any society. And Ukraine, the humanity that they show, even with the prisoners of war that they've taken in the past few days, given what happened to Ukrainian prisoners of war recently, the fact that they can hold themselves so high to such standards and take these people prisoner and feed them and you know, treat them according to human rights, and it's just absolutely incredible. And we can all learn a thing or two from an example like that, I feel. Terry Fella?
Well, I think the hand didn't go down after last time, but yeah, I agree. And it's yet another example of Ukraine showing us how things should be done, and deciding not to leave it to other people, but to actually get out there and do things for ourselves. So, yeah, just always learning from them every day.
Absolutely. So where are we to go? Look at the time, Christopher. Where has the day gone? We are already at 7 o'clock, which is very surprising. Well, almost 7 p.m. in the UK anyway.
Well, we're still mid-afternoon here. It's 5 minutes to 2 p.m. And it is, we'll say it's 9 a.m. in Perth. Yeah, that's kind of cool. 8 p.m. in Berlin, and almost 8 p.m. in Berlin, and almost 9 p.m. in Kyiv. So there you go. I don't have my app open, otherwise I'd tell you what Kyoto is for Jom, but I don't have Kyoto open. Back to you.
Thank you very much. So on to the next thing, shall we say. I would like to tell you all about the GUR today, because they have made some interesting posts and reports that I was looking at earlier. Now, you may have heard me talk about these documentaries from the SBU and the GUR. So they're talking about them here today. And they're talking about, so there's a story here in particular from one person, and these are the different battles and liberations that they went through, and they've now been released again. You can read about this different liberation that they're talking about. In fact, I'll post the link for people to have a look at later. There's that I would like to tell everybody about, and then at the Berlin Film Festival, within the Ukrainian pavilion of the European film market. A series of documentaries, as I said, from the GUR. These ones there come under the collective name of Military Intelligence of Ukraine in the Sky, at Sea and on Earth. And this was presented there, which I think is just wonderful. So these are, of course, documentaries, according to the author, the journalist and documentarian. The documentary cycle was created with the support of the Ministry of Culture and Information Policy, and it just basically tells and explains about the most successful operations of the GUR, and this is covering a period from the beginning of the full-scale invasion up to now, I guess. It says 2023. Of course, these will be released with delay, as you would imagine, for operational security. Now, we've spoken about these, in particular, Colonel John Spencer has spoken to some of the people involved in one of them, in the actual helicopter runs, because one of them is the air raid on Azovstal, and then the other one is the battle for Snake Island, the Kharkiv counteroffensive, and then earth-downed Russian pilots. So, four interesting ones there for you all to look at. So the fact that they're going onto the European film market, I mean, this is just wonderful, isn't it? Because I know it's not exactly Ukrainian culture because the documentaries, but you do get to see some of the culture of the way that the people are. I mean, I noticed just from watching them, you can really get a sense of things by watching people, you know, how they carry themselves and how they stand sometimes, and you know, if I'm making sense there, or I feel I can anyway. I'm not going to speak for anybody else and what sense you get for people that you meet, but I think when you see people in these documentaries explaining these things, you really can get a fuller picture of everything when you just see the way that these people carry themselves, you know, and how humble they are, pulling off incredible feats like that in these operations, and then just being so humble about it. You know, they're not heroes. This is what they always say, and they don't see themselves like that. They're just like, well, it's part of my job. This is what I do for part of my job. So I think that's brilliant. Now, what else can I tell you from Defence Intelligence today, the GUR? We know the plans of the enemy, and this is our strength, said Vadim Skibitsky. On the eve of the second anniversary of the full-scale invasion, Major General Skibitsy, the representative of the GUR, spoke about the probable plans of Russia and the current composition of its occupying forces. So the land component of the Russian military group, which is located on the territory of Ukraine, consists of about 470,000 servicemen, he said. Also, almost 33,000 servicemen of the Russian Guard have been deployed in the temporarily occupied territories. And this is, of course, for, you know, persecution methods, basically. You can't call them anything else. So, according to him, Russia in Belgorod, Kursk and Bryansk regions additionally deployed the so-called covering of the state border group, numbering 30,000. And he also said that the aviation of the Navy and the Russian Federation are involved in waging this war. Of course, we know that, along with the mobilization resource, which allows for a moving of troops and military aviation, and that remains the advantage of the aggressor state, he says. So, of course, we know the enemy uses these great massive air bombs, and he's saying here, for example, they can range from 75 to 500 kilograms. These are those KAB aerial bombs that we talk about, and they were dropped on, I mean, staggering amounts. We've seen them. They were dropped on Kherson until those 3 Sukhois were taken down, all in one day that time in the Kherson region, just recently. And of course, then they started doing it to Kharkiv more, and then Avdiivka. So, I mean, actually, one day I saw 60 airdrops in one day with these KABs in Avdiivka. In addition, the enemy attacks the facilities with the same X-31 and X-59 guided missiles. And first of all, the Russians are now trying to destroy air defense. That's something that they're focusing on in particular. I mean, of course, they're always looking at these things, but I have noticed that they seem to like try and direct their focus more in one way than the other, and it makes me wonder why they don't just point everything in one direction, because that makes more logical sense to me. But of course, I'm not Russian, so how would I know why they think like that? So Ukraine has managed to neutralize the advantage of the enemy, he said, in the Black Sea, which we know. And fully ensured the possibility of fire control and strikes against the Russian Navy if it enters the northwestern part of the Black Sea. This gave us the opportunity to restore the maritime corridor, which now carries grain. And of course, Ukraine was able to liberate many territories as well, he's pointing out. The strategic goal of Russia, and even more so, is to complete the occupation of Ukraine. It has not been achieved, but it has not changed. Without going into specific details, he said that Russia's weaknesses in the war are related to the management of its armed forces, as well as equipment and weapons. So that's interesting, isn't it? I'm just picking out some of what he's saying, Christopher, from this bigger interview. There's quite a long interview, which I can post the link out for people to have a look at that if they would like to. It's in this interfax.com. So, I mean, he's not telling us anything that we don't already know, I guess, but it's just interesting to hear them say it anyway. And finally, from the Defence Intelligence Today, hero of Ukraine, officer of the GUR and philosopher, celebrates his birthday. In fact, everyone who defended Kyiv from 2 years also knows this role. So there's some nice pictures there of him getting that medal or getting that honour and that award. So I will post all those for people to see. So lots of information from the GUR today. They're not always that busy with the posts that they make. And don't you think they have a huge variety of things that they tell us, Christopher, from all different types of areas?
Well, oops, sorry. Today, mic open. Today's post was just most interesting because it wasn't all doom and gloom and bombs. Back to you. Oh, look at the time, Tracy.
Look at the time. Is it significant? Are we going somewhere?
I don't think so.
Okie dokie. So we have been joined by other guests who may put their hands up to speak to us very shortly, and I will give them opportunity to do that. And whilst I do, I'm going to tell you all about our fundraiser. Now, we have a language learner coming up later on as well for a battlefield update. And of course, he gives you all the latest news from the front lines of Ukraine and in and around the region. Some very interesting things he brings sometimes. Sometimes he brings things that I've not heard as well. So even I enjoy listening. Because remember, when we're not co-hosting, we're listeners just like you. So we have that battlefield update coming up. That will be at 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern. That's 1 a.m. UTC and London, which is 2 a.m. Berlin and 3 a.m. Kyiv. Now, I will also tell you about our fundraiser because I haven't waffled on about that for a little while. So what are we buying today? What are we getting today? We are getting trucks. That's what we're getting. Do you want to help Special Forces units complete combat operations and possibly change the course of the war? Absolutely. Of course you do. How do you do that? Easy. You can donate to MriyaReport because that's indeed what we are raising funds for $14,000, which is a mighty good deal. So I'm told, for 2 trucks, which actually, you know, it is really, that's the price of 1 truck, isn't it? And as you said, Christopher, me possibly would struggle to get 1 for that. So 2 civilian trucks, these like Toyota Hilux type of things, and excuse me, such like equivalent things. 2 civilian ones. We need civilian looking ones because we're helping Special Forces units of the National Guard of Ukraine, the Omega unit, and the 18th Brigade of the National Guard. Volodymyr from the Omega unit, the Special Operations unit, he came to speak to us not long ago. In fact, actually, I think that that Spotify episode has been posted today, I think, has it, Christopher? If I remember rightly seeing that earlier today. So just let me check for you all. I will look on the MriyaReport account. Because yes, so he came to speak to us and he explained how something that I hadn't considered, actually, it didn't occur to me. It's obvious when you think about it, but like I say, it didn't occur to me in the first place that they need these to be civilian trucks because they need to blend in, they need to get away fast. And of course, you can't necessarily do that in these armored vehicles. So these will be like, have some armor on them. But these things are consumables in Ukraine, much more than you would think. They get destroyed by roads, they get targeted by artillery and all sorts of different things. And sometimes they don't last very long at all. But don't be discouraged by that because one, that means we need more. And two, no matter how long it lasted, it saved somebody's life, probably, most likely. And if not, it certainly helped them to complete their job or to do a job better. So let's get them some trucks. Click on that payment link. It's in the nest, as always, where all our fundraising cards should be. Of course, the language learner card is there as well. So if you want to share that with everybody, I'm sure people who don't know would really appreciate that because they might want to enjoy language learners battlefield update, just like you and me and Christopher. I know Christopher enjoys it as well. So, and then now I have just added to the nest also that podcast for you, which oh no, that one's, this is a different one, isn't it? What am I talking about now? We've had so many guests recently from Ukraine, from these units to speak to us. We've been so lucky. It's been such an honour and a privilege. It's easy to get mixed up between them, Christopher. So I apologise. But there is a podcast out there anyway. This is with Danilo. He's a platoon commander of the 13th Battalion of the 95th Air Assault Brigade. So you will, of course, know who these guys are. And if you don't, where have you been? You must check them out because, you know, these guys, they're one of, they're pretty well known and they've done some incredible things. So that podcast is there with Danilo and Chuck Farrer as well. And of course, I think Wardoggo is probably there, if I remember rightly, because Wardoggo is a wonderful friend to the space and he helps us to make these horizontal connections that can be so useful and mean that we can help Ukraine more. So go ahead and shake your legs, your cushions, your pockets, your jars, whatever it is you need to do. But drop a donation in there if you are able to. And of course, you can go over to MriyaReport.org and do it that way if you prefer. Thank you very much for listening to my public service announcement about our very exciting campaign to buy trucks. I like buying trucks, Christopher. Now then, I'm going to stop waffling because Wolverine has indeed put a hand up. So please go ahead, Wolverine. Welcome to the panel.
Sorry for the delay. I was trying to film some. We have a Russian Mi-24 and a Mi-8 flying around right now. In regards to Hiluxes, great trucks. We used them a lot when I was over in Afghanistan, and absolutely phenomenal diesel. And you have to do a whole lot to try and break them. And even if you try and break them, they're still hard to break. But good trucks. But one thing I was kind of wanted to, when I heard you talking, you were talking about the FABs, 500s or the 750s or now even the 1500s. And one thing that when I was looking up some of the numbers on the various ranges of when they add these kits to them, down in the Kherson area, not specific Kherson, but more, over by Odessa, when they shot down those 3 Su-24s, that gave them notice, like, hey, we now have capability to take you out of the sky in this area, and that's what they did. More likely using the Patriot batteries. But the one thing that can help is if they can get specific type of anti-air defense units up to Kherson region, they have to obviously clear the enemy artillery and push it back far enough so that they can't perform indirect fire missions onto the air assets. But if they can get like SAMTs, one of the SAMTs has the range that would definitely be required. They actually would be able to push the Russian bombers, whether it be the Su-34s or if they're using, I think they're only using the Su-34s for the FABs, but also they can push back Su-30s and Su-35s because of the range. And what that would allow is, I focus more mainly with the Ukrainian Marine brigades, me being a Marine myself. I always kind of look to those guys more and keep the track what's going on with them. But if they can push those aircraft back out of the range to where they can not use those FABs or the glide kits on them, that would actually allow the Marines more than ample enough space to be able to, one, push their troops forward, and two, it'll also be able to allow them to not have to worry about the enemy bringing in with either close air support with K-52s or whatever they may have down there, or the fighter bombers. But I mean, they've done good because within the past, was it now a week or whenever, since, if you count since those first 3 Su-34s got shot down by Odessa, if you include those, I think now they're up to 8 aircraft, because I think they just shot another one down this morning. That was posted by Ukrainian Stratcom. So they just need to get ways of that. And once they get the F-16s, they'll actually be able to incorporate the F-16s into that whole row. And they'll actually be able to use the F-16s along with the air defense to push them back. Because one thing that I found out is that we're in the U.S. military, and the Ukrainians will be doing the same things because they're using our systems. They have IFF that they use, and the Russian systems are not equipped with IFF. And that's why when you see like a bunch of the Russian aircraft getting shot down by Belgorod, it's because the Russians don't have IFF in their systems, nor do they have them in their aircraft. So it's pretty impressive how many aircraft they've taken down. And if they can get, more Patriot or SAMP-T or something with the range that they need, then they can push those bombers back, and they can take care of the Russian units that are along the Dnipro River there around Krinky, and push them back far enough to where the Ukrainians can start bringing more troops, heavy armor and stuff like that across the waterway.
Thank you very much. Yes, you make some very good points. I mean, they've done incredible, haven't they, with taking down the what is it, seven aircraft within 5 days now, I think, something like that, 6 or 7. Which actually, that's something that they did before on one occasion. It's quite a while ago now, and I think maybe it involved more helicopters than it did planes. But it's definitely interesting. I thought what the commander of the Air Force said this morning. Did you hear what he said? I thought that was quite funny.
No, I didn't hear it because I've been going back and forth. We're doing a couple of things. We're doing my job and checking the different Telegram feeds and Stratcom as well. So I just saw the thing where they posted, Stratcom posted that they shot down another aircraft, but no, I didn't hear what the Air Force guy said.
So he was explaining about the aircraft when it went down this morning, and he posted very early, and he said something about, I'll just find it now. He said something about that the SU, I think it was an Su-35, that they'd missed one. I think from what he was saying is that they basically missed it because he got away, but that actually is making a big difference in terms of how they are flying, because they're being a lot more cautious now, and of course not taking as many risks and not coming as close. So I thought that was quite interesting, because so they were obviously 2 together. So here's the exact, I'll give you it verbatim. Excuse me, I'm so sorry. I'm full of cold again. It's just cold since COVID. Everybody's got cold. Something we have to live with. So, yes, this time I can say that the Su-35 pilot was lucky. He manoeuvred and no longer takes risks. But of course, the crew of the Su-34 joins the column of eternal flight brothers. So I thought, and he said, we will eat the Russian bear in small pieces, which I thought was an interesting analogy.
Yeah, it is. the biggest things is this is like one of the biggest factors that the Russians have over the Ukrainian is aircraft. I mean, Russia has lost quite a lot of aircraft. It's I know that I know it's close to around 350 of fixed wing and almost the same number for rotary wing. I know the numbers are actually not like that. It's like one's 344 and one might be 352, but it's around 350, which is, you know, pretty impressive in itself. But that's the one factor right now because the Russians have enough aircraft so they can backfill and keep up the pressure. But if they can, the one thing that what's happened since the beginning of the war, and this is the biggest thing, in you know, for as far as the air side goes, is that when the Russians hit Ukraine, they did hit a lot of air defenses, but there is actually a lot more air defenses that they didn't get. And so what happened is because of that, Ukrainians, along with their aircraft and their air defense systems, were actually able to deny not air superiority, also dominance. They aren't able to do that, and they still to this day do not have air superiority at all. And we see that every time by when they send, especially now lately with more and more aircraft are getting hit. Once the Ukrainians start getting more aircraft, especially once they start getting their F-16s and put their F-16s into play, that's going to be a huge thing right there because that F-16, that thing will take on everything. Yeah, and it's a great aircraft. It's a multi-role aircraft that can do air to air, it can do air to ground. It just does so much. And they're very maneuverable. They're fast. They can get in and out and all that stuff. But once they get their aircraft, more of their aircraft, and they get their air defense working together, then they can actually negate a lot of the effect of the Russian Air Force and or Russian Navy, because if the Russian Navy is the one that primarily flies the Su-24s. Those are the swing wing bombers, single tail. They're like a version of our old F-111 that we had. But yeah, that's the biggest thing is they just need to push back fighter aircraft and the rotary wing aircraft from their operational areas, so that way they can start, taking more ground and stuff like that. And obviously, the other issue is the artillery ammunition. Once they get enough artillery ammunition along with the aircraft, the Russians, I think, are going to get. I think they might get a decent smackdown from the Ukrainians, but the Ukrainians have to keep the pressure on. And it's like, hey, something might work once or twice, but after that, the bad guys usually can figure it out by then. So they're going to have to start, changing their tactics to affect their environment as it changes, and whatever else the Russians may try to throw into it. Especially supposedly they're saying that their Su-57 felons have been supposedly they've been flying over Ukraine. And I hope to God that the Ukrainians shoot down one of those Su-57s, because that will be a big thing, a big morale thing for the Ukrainians, and then it'll scare the Russians even more about sending aircraft into that AO.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. It will. And, I'm really excited for when the F-16s get there. I know everybody says, oh, the people that know about these things much more than I do, I say, they caution it's not going to be a game changer and all the rest of it. And I accept that. But when I look at what the Ukrainians have been able to do with the air defense alone, and I'm speaking like of the Frankensam system, the way that they've, cobbled everything together and managed to be able to achieve those different layers, it's absolutely incredible. And they've done things that, we never would. So I hope they continue to be able to do that. And like you say, take down more Russian planes, because if they don't want to be taken down, then they should just go home, is the politest way that I can say it. Go home to Russia. So apparently I'm looking at...
I just wanted to say, Tracy, I say thank you, Wolverine, for coming up. That was really excellent analysis. And if you don't, I don't know when the next Doolittle Air Wing is up, but I bet you'd be interested if you haven't participated in that before. Back to you, Tracy.
Thank you, Christopher. Yeah, it certainly helps me to listen to people like you give this analysis because, as I said, I have absolutely no knowledge about these things at all. I just have my opinion. But anyway, let's see what they can do with these things when they get them there. If they can do whatever they're doing now with these air defences that they've got. So I was looking at something here now, a video of these GLSDB. I always have to say that really slowly, Christopher. You know, these glide bombs, which Ukraine recently received. So I'm looking at a video here of those things being used. It's a wonderful explosion. I think I must have to post that for everybody to see. What do you think?
Yeah, I haven't seen like a impact from one of those yet, and those will definitely help. Are those an artillery launched munition, if I remember? I have to double check. But yeah, that'll great because right now that's the other issue, and that's a big thing is artillery and long range artillery, because currently, at least our 777s, our Paladins, the Archer, the Caesar, and the FH-70, they basically all outrange all Russian artillery, 152 caliber and 122 caliber. The only gun that they don't outrange is the 2S7 Pion, but it's because it's a 203 millimeter gun. But the equalizer on the Ukrainian side is the HIMARS. So if they can get those and get some of those longer range artillery systems or like the BM-30 Smirches or BM-27 Uragans, that's going to help them a lot. And then the other thing, ATACMS for the HIMARS and the MLRSs, because if they can damage some of these facilities, that especially like was that one I forgot, was it Belcab, I believe, that's down by Sevastopol. It already got hit once when they got their first batch of HIMARS. So if they can hit places like that where the aircraft is, and then obviously fuel storage, ammo depots, and stuff like that, because the logistics is gonna, doesn't matter how many tanks you kill. But if you kill their logistics, taking especially their fuel, they're only going to go so far, because that's basically what happened at the beginning of the war when the Russians tried to come down to Kyiv to try to take Kyiv. Is logistics failed them, and Russians have always basically sucked on logistics. But yeah, stuff like that, and it's if they can do like when they did the first 20 ATACMS. And yeah, that's going to help a lot. They can push Russian aircraft back even further. And then along with them using their I forgot their drone, the boats. I forget what they're called now. USVs or something like that.
I think so. USVs.
Yeah. So if they can keep on getting those and perfecting those, I mean, hey, yeah, if you lose 5 but you sink a ship, it's more than worth it, of using and losing, 1 or 2 because it didn't hit it, it got taken out. But if those other ones can hit another Russian ship, then that's good, because the effects of it right now is they have pushed the Russian Navy all the way out of, they're not in Sevastopol really, and there's some like smaller patrol boats or something like that, all the way to I think it's Novorossiya. I can't pronounce the name. It's whatever it is, but that's they push them back there just using their drones, which is very impressive. They're almost to the point where they're negating the effects of the Russian Navy, but they need to try and I don't know what the range of the USVs are. And it sounds like a lot of the targets have been fairly close into shore, but they need to get some of these USVs that have a longer range, because what they need to start hitting is some of their guided missile frigates and their guided missile corvettes, which are their caliber carriers. Because once they start seeing that, those are going to get pushed back out even further to a point where they may not be able to be used at all due to the range that they would have to fire from.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, we did hear as well, though, that these drones are able to like loiter out there in positions and then, you know, kind of sort of lay dormant, if you will, and then be made to be active. So I thought that was an interesting thing to think about. And I wondered if that's what they were doing somewhat with these drones. What do these, like the Sea Baby and the Magura, I think, isn't there? So, and I think you're right. I think they are called USVs. But it comes into the drone army as well because they're doing incredible things. I was actually just reading some information about the year end in terms of that and the staggering amount of drones that they're creating. But when we're talking about making 1 million, but then when you really look at how many are used in each area of operations on a daily basis, it's a staggering amount. So then 1 million is not actually that much. For example, just in the Tavria direction, they're taking down about 300 drones a day. How many they're using to be able to do that, who knows? And I wouldn't want to know those details for operational security, but it just shows you the scale of the drones that are being used every single day. So although 1 million sounds a lot, in that sense, it's not really a great deal, is it? But I would like to see them make more of those. And yes, further ranging ones, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, because I know Ukraine is actually coming out now. They have a new drone that they posted. It's basically their version of the Russian Lancet 3. So that's going to be their counter, and hopefully they can make it where there's works just as good, if not better, than the Lancet 3 does. Because the Lancet 3 does some pretty good damage to a lot of vehicles. It only has a certain amount of time before it goes down. So I think what would be interesting to see is if Ukraine is able to significantly increase the maximum range of their and I don't remember the name of it. I did see the name of it, but their version of the Lancet 3, if they could significantly increase the range, then that means they could also hit other targets that are farther behind in their logistics area, and or they can actually go after the artillery pieces. Because the Russians have actually used the Lancet 3s to actually go after artillery a lot. I've seen a lot of video. I've seen 3 videos where they hit 777s. Sorry, 4 videos. 2 of them, I was like very impressed because of what they did. They actually hit the 777 while it was being towed on the highway. The truck was doing like probably 35 miles an hour, and the Lancet hit the 777 around the barrel where it connects to the truck. And when it's that close, it's probably done for it. It could, damage to the barrel. And then they had another one that got hit by another Lancet 3 hit another 777, and it hit where the tires was at and destroyed the tire. So they had to actually drop and leave that gun. The other 2 were in position, but I think they may have already been disabled or damaged in earlier fighting. And then they've also had some of the older, the M109s, 109A5s or whatever version, not the Paladins, that actually got hit and taken out by the Lancets as well.
Yeah, I would imagine that Ukraine would be able to use that better than the Russians. That's how it seems to me with everything else that they do. Of course, I don't want to just expect that, but they are so ingenious and educated and digitally just, I don't know, so much more advanced than the UK anyway. But it's incredible to see that they're doing all this alongside everything else that's going on in parallel to war and creating this from scratch. I know, like I say, they talk about that 1 million drones and maybe it's not a lot, but just some of the things that I found interesting when I was looking at the information from Mikhailo Fedorov, so the Minister for for Digital Transformation. You probably know that he is responsible for the drone army. So he says that they're well on their way to making this 1 million drones. And some of the key results of the project in 2023 so far more than 300,000 UAVs were contracted as part of the Army of Drones project, and 90% of those were Ukrainian made, which is just fantastic. During the year, the security and defence forces received more than 100,000 drones of various types. Most of the contracted drones will be delivered to the military, and they'll be continuing with new contracts. So there are more than 200 Ukrainian companies actually now engaged in the production of UAVs. Domestic manufacturers scale production 100 times. 67 Ukrainian models of UAVs received state contracts. In the summer of 2022, there were only 7 of them, and about 20,000 UAV pilots have now been trained. The first 67 unmanned vehicle strike companies in the world in the armed forces were formed, and since then, they've achieved amongst themselves 16,000 enemy targets, which of course, as you say, are all the tanks and APCs and all these things, but not just that. Like you say, the bigger things. I mean, I saw a drone yesterday flying into a warehouse, one of the occupiers' warehouses, and it had several bits of, you know, I don't know, armor and equipment and APCs and type things in. So I thought that was very clever, you know, go inside the hangar and blow up the whole lot instead of just one particular piece. But as you say, these depots, oil depots and things like that, actually, I noticed that they're taking out quite a lot of them. It doesn't necessarily get translated in the wider figures, but if you look at these smaller places, like, I don't know, special operations, I follow them. Some of the particular units that I follow, they also post videos with those types of things in. So that's very interesting. And special operations and the Omega units in Kherson region, they post quite a lot of these taking out things like that. So, but yes, we need more of those because that supply of oil and all the rest of it has got to stop. So, of course, some of the UAVs fly to Moscow now, and actually, well, one get like, was it 1,000 and something kilometers? It was over 1,000 kilometers, wasn't it? Do you remember that, Christopher? I think it wasn't that long ago. We would have to ask Will Thiel because he's up on the finer details. But we've certainly got drones flying much further than ever we thought that they could reach. But of course, we don't know where they launch from at the same time. There's lots of partisan action and things going on in Russia, isn't there? And actually, that just reminds me, is that a time to catch up with Atesh, Christopher? I like following Atesh.
I like hearing about Atesh.
I was going to say, do you have something else you want to cover first before oh, Jenny's got a hand up. Let's see what Jenny has to say. Welcome back, Jenny.
Thank you. And now I can hear you guys again. That was kind of funny. I was shopping and I was like,
Welcome back to MriyaReport. We never really crash. We always come right back because, that's how we are. We've been sort of stubborn like that for like 2 years, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Please retweet the space, quote tweet the space, get the message out there to let people know that we are here. The first thing that we're going to do is a timestamp. We are going to start off in Perth, Western Australia, where it is, oh, geez, man, it's already tomorrow there. It is Thursday, February 22nd at 3:40 a.m. in Perth, Western Australia, the workers' paradise, as Will likes to call it. And it is still way back time in Wednesday, February 21st. It is, I think I did the date wrong on Perth, but it doesn't matter. It's Wednesday, February 21st, 7:41 a.m. UTC, 9:41 p.m. I'm telling you, I'm still asleep. In Kyiv, 2:41 p.m. in New York City, 11:41 a.m. in the Pacific Northwest, Portland, Oregon. I don't go to bed until a few hours ago, and so I'm just still waking up. I've got my coffee. It is not gone, so I am not properly caffeinated. Please forgive me for making a little bit of a fool of myself, but we're getting going here, so please retweet the space and invite everybody back in here. And I'm just going to say, Christopher, Tracy, good morning. There's technically still 20 minutes left in the morning time-wise, but morning's going to last a little while for me today because I am still waking up, but that's all good.
Thank you so much, Prince, for doing that when you still are waking up. I appreciate it. You still do a better job of it than me, even while just waking up. So thank you so much for that. And go have more coffee.
It must be like some muscle reflex, like squirrel, timestamp, squirrel, timestamp.
Yeah, no, it is. And even before I became a co-host, as soon as I came into the space, I would be brought up to speaker to do the timestamp because people in the back end knew that I would do the timestamp, even if I wasn't a co-host. It's the first thing I would do would be to come up and do a timestamp because that's just, I don't know why. It just is what happens.
It's
Because
for those of us who review the audio for editing purposes, it's very helpful. Thank you.
And that's exactly why we do it.
you shouldn't be so good at it, Prince, and then everybody would not like you to do it. But you do a fabulous job, so thank you. Terry, you came back very quickly. Thank you so much.
I did. I was a bit shocked because I think Jenny was midstream and just everything went, didn't it? So I quickly nipped to the place where I know I'd spot you quickly and jump back in again. And then I thought I'll come up and say a few words. And I just want to say to Prince Heather, my God, if you're managing to get up before midday, that's amazing, Prince Heather. Because quite often, because I end up listening until God knows what hour of the morning, I sort of go to sleep just as it's getting light and then wake up about 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, which is why Tracy and Mockers and God knows what. Oh, I often listen to Mockers and get the numbers, and then I suddenly sort of drift off a bit. But I think, so I did sleep last night. The night before, I didn't get to sleep at all. And I just thought, well, no point going to sleep now, and just got up and did my day's work thinking, well, maybe I'll get some sleep tonight. And no. So I think I'm a night owl anyway, but another thing with the timestamps and stuff, one of the things I've noticed about YouTube is although there's always the day that it's on and it will say there's 11 hours worth or, occasionally 20 odd hours worth, it's very difficult to suss out when that particular one began. So you don't know how far, you might have been listening, say, at 3 in the afternoon or 9 at night, but to try and figure out where that bit might be to re-listen to, I'm just wondering if there'd be some way maybe to add some timestamps to that or to state the time that that particular YouTube video began, unless I'm missing it somewhere. Cheers.
Thank you, Terry fella. I said to you before, I'm not very good with these technical things, so I'm not going to try and advise you about that. Maybe somebody else can, I don't know, give you a DM or something that would be helpful if they know. I don't bother doing these things because, well, I'm not very good at them. And I don't have time to wind them back because I'm always live in the space. So unfortunately, I'm not very useful
But I
here.
wondered,
I apologise.
I know Christopher does some of the editing, doesn't he, to put them up on YouTube or something. So just, whether it's something you could suggest to the higher ups, maybe that do the editing, and just say if they could just add, this, that maybe when the hosts came in, because if they're editing it a bit to put it onto YouTube, they must have had to have a bit of a listen through. And all they have to do is sort of mark. It's a bit like bookmarking, and you just put a bookmark in and say, Tracy and Christopher's session began here, so that you can just click in and see. But just mention it to the higher ups, because going to an older YouTube, it can take ages to figure out which bit of chatting was going on when.
The
Oh,
thing
yeah, I
is
will.
that, Tracy, just to say, the thing is that YouTube is happening live as we are talking right now. It's not something that gets edited before it goes up on YouTube. It is happening as we talk. So if you went and listened to it right now, you would hear me talking. So yeah, so we can't go back and edit those because they've already been done. And so that's what I'm saying. So the only way to do it would be to just verbally give a timestamp every now and then from the co-hosts. And I know sometimes I do it randomly, but it's just the way it works. Those are archived versions of what is happening live, and they just sit there. I think, I don't know for sure.
Right, but I'm sure, because I know that there's always one going on that's live, but there's always the older ones that, so I could go and listen. After a crash, there might be another one that starts up, and then the others are still there. But putting a timestamp on, or just putting into the description that at 1 hour 52 in, these speakers came up or whatever. So whether that could be done, it would just be useful for people going to older ones that aren't live to figure out what's happening when, because otherwise it's just hours and hours and hours of having to sort of keep flicking through. Just a suggestion.
Thank you, Terry. I will take the suggestion on board, and of course, we always appreciate anybody giving us suggestions where we can improve things. If it's something that we think we can implement and it will work, then of course we'd be happy to do that. So thank you very much for the suggestion. Yeah, it happens live, so that's the funny thing, isn't it? I guess maybe we could consider co-hosts doing a timestamp when they come on for their segment. I don't know if that may help. It's something that we could talk about, but I will certainly consider the suggestion. Thank you. So whilst we rejoin, so everybody rejoins us, if you would not mind giving us a retweet, we would very much appreciate that, because of course all you lovely people and listeners would like to find us, and new listeners and speakers as well. So I'm going to be going ahead and doing the title and reposting and retweeting myself, and then I guess I will just have to make another GIF, won't I? Because the last one, well, we crashed, didn't we? But nevertheless, we are back. Right back at you every single time, 24/7. So please make sure that you share us and let everybody know that MriyaReport is still here. Jenny, welcome back. Did you crash the space? Was it you?
I have already retweeted and taken all credit for the crash. So you guys can name and shame me. I don't mind.
That's okay. It happens to us all, Jenny. So it means you are part of the team. So as we rebuild, I'm going to go ahead and make a new title, and then we will go on to discussing all the things that's been happening. Now, we were going to talk about Atesh, so let's start with that, although maybe I should wait until we repopulate a little bit, because of course everybody likes to hear.
I've already retitled.
Oh, apologies. I should have known, Christopher. Look how good he is with these things. You see, this is what happens. I look away for 2 seconds, and then we have a fabulous title and things in a nest. Thank you so much, Christopher. Forever Child.
Yes, bless you, Tracy, Christopher. You know, I just so hate to ask you guys to do more work and without more volunteers to help. I would definitely help editing, but I don't know what I'm doing, and then that's more work for you to teach me. I don't know. It's like catch-22. But however, it was a brilliant idea just to announce the title of what's in. A time step wouldn't help me at all, but just a title of every now and then, maybe even every half hour or on the hour, an announcement of what the title is of the segment that's being broadcast. That might be workable, but I don't know, and I don't want to ask for anything that's not workable.
Thank you, Forever Child. No, all suggestions are worth considering. And actually, that's something that we don't say. We do, Christopher and I don't know if you've noticed, we've been changing the title a little bit. Some of the co-hosts do the same, especially like, for example, Mockers with a Boom Report in the morning, which of course is most important, and Will with his unexplained Ministry of Unexplained Fires, and other co-hosts as well. I know Prince Heather likes to change the title to relate to what you're talking about. Very often that's something I've seen you do, Prince Heather. So I think that's a good idea. And maybe if we can just announce that change to people in the space, would that be something that would be helpful for every child?
I think it would, because if I'm listening to something, I could hear what it is and know whether or not I'm at the right place and just move on.
Well, thank you very much. It's a very good suggestion. So let's see how that suggestion works. Now our title is What SBU Doing? And Cyber Strong Ukraine. Terry fella, what do you think about that?
I'm looking forward to this section. I was just going to add one of the things, I know there's probably not many comments put on the YouTube videos, the MriyaReport ones, but what I might try to do, to give an example, is go and listen to one if I can drag myself away from the live stuff. And in the comments, as you listen through, I can make a note of when things come in, and then you literally would type the time and then say what it is, and it means that you can click onto that and it will automatically jump to that part of the entire video, which is so useful. You know how some people can break things down into chapters? If you listen to Jonathan Fink, he's got his in his description. So I'll give it a go just to see if I can get an example of it, and then I'll DM you it, Tracy.
Thank you so much. I was just going to say exactly that. Do you want to DM me and we'll see if we can take this further forward anyhow and see what we can talk about. And then I can make any suggestions to the relevant people that make these decisions once we get a few ideas together. Because, of course, anything that helps listeners and helps make more access for listeners is a big thing. Not everybody can listen live all the time. We understand that. And not everybody has the ability to listen whilst they're at work. Some people are very lucky enough to be able to do that. And some people can even do co-hosting while working as well. I'm looking at you, Christopher James, and Mockers, of course, not forgetting Mockers, because she very often co-hosts from work. So let's get building our segment. So we're going to be talking about SBU, what they've been doing, SBU, the Week in SBU, and Cyber Strong Ukraine. So let's get retweeting now. I must take my own advice first. There we go. That's easily done. So where are we going? Oh, we have over 100 people now. So thank you very much to everybody that came back very quickly. And we will be talking about the SBU. So, Christopher, apart from face plants, have you had a chance to see anything about what the SBU has been up to this week? I wonder if you've even had chance with all the co-hosting you've been doing.
No, no, not on the SVU so much. I mean, obviously I can go to the page, but actually I was trying to find, there was a story out that was part of the Ukrainian coastal defense forces and their use of the roving four-wheel drive buggies. That they go ahead and they set up for a Shahed drone interception, and they scoot and move and scoot and move. And one of our listeners was describing how that was happening, and I know that I saw an article on that, but I can't find it. So I've been hunting for that casually off and on. Maybe I bookmarked it, maybe I didn't. But anyway, it was a pretty good sort of featurey kind of article that it made sense to bring it up a couple of hours ago when we were talking about something about that. But I don't know if it makes sense now. But I guess other than that, on the cyber end, so there's there's a couple of Carnegie Endowment for International Peace is a couple of pieces out that are I don't know about interesting. So they're talking. The last one was written in February, beginning of February. It's Russia's counter value cyber approach. Is it utility or is it futility? I haven't gotten through it, but Carnegie does a pretty good job. So anyway, I'm scoping that stuff out in the background. I know that doesn't really answer your question directly. So, and not to tell a lie, the answer would be no to the SBU. Back to you.
Well, that's why you have me, Christopher. So no worries there. So let's see what's been going on in the SBU. Well, they've been doing some really interesting things, of course, as always. So I'm going to give you all some headlines, and you can tell me what it is that you would like to hear about. So we have lots of FSB agents getting nabbed, which I like, these supposedly clever FSB agents. And while in some places they may have spy networks and be sneaky and manipulative and all those things, they're not doing very well at it in Ukraine because the SBU keep catching them. So we have another FSB agent who tried to correct the attacks in Kiriviri with the help of Orlands. He's been sentenced, so we can hear about people being sentenced. I always like to hear about him being, well, I can tell you he's been sentenced to 15 years. So if you'd like to know the details of exactly what he did, come and put your hand up and let me know, or drop us a message. Christopher and I, our DMs are open, so you can DM us or put a message in the purple pill. So this I found very interesting today. The SBU, together with the law enforcement officers of the USA, Great Britain, they say, but it's the UK, and the EU, exposed an international group of hackers and extortionists. Now, this comes following a notification yesterday about the Central Intelligence Agency working with the cyber units of the SBU. Now, you will remember I have spoken about documentaries of these guys, and these are special units. It was a special cyber unit that was created. So they have incredible people working for them. And of course, they work with a number of hackers as well, the GUR do specifically. So in this particular case here, cyber specialists of the security service with the law enforcement of those countries conducted a large-scale special operation in various parts of the world. Now, this is just absolutely buzzing, as we would say in the UK, because not only is Ukraine fighting corruption and kicking butt and nabbing those naughty beggars in Ukraine, they're doing it around the world as well, Christopher. I mean, who can not praise them now? You know, they're doing it all over the EU, drugs busting everywhere. We've had those cases. And now they're taking care of the cyber hackers. So as a result of joint actions, members of a powerful international group of hackers were exposed. According to the case materials, the attackers stole confidential information and personal data from well-known companies, and then, of course, demanded ransom for them. So you will have heard of this. Many of you it's called ransomware. Among the organisers and participants of the group were citizens of Ukraine and the Russian Federation. And for almost 5 years, criminals have carried out more than 3,000 cyber attacks against financial institutions and corporations of Western countries that provide defence assistance to Ukraine. It is documented that hackers demanded more than $90 million from only one of the American companies in particular, and hackers specifically designed ransomware to steal corporate information. So we're combining Cyber Strong Ukraine and SBU here, Christopher. It couldn't be more perfect. According to the investigation, the members of the group remotely launched malicious software on the users' computers, and after the virus collected closed information and then blocked the operation of the computer equipment and offered to restore it, of course, after paying the ransom. In case of refusal, the attackers threatened not only to paralyze the entire technological process of the affected companies, but also to bleed their confidential information and leak it into an open network. As a result of the multi-stage operation, the SBU and the Western partners and the hack group darkest sites were blocked by the law enforcement officers, and in addition, more than 30 servers were seized in the USA and 7 countries of the European Union. Yes, I did say 7 countries of the European Union, from which criminals carried out cyber attacks and stolen data was stored. Idiots. Sorry, that just slipped out. Along with this, more than 200 cryptocurrency accounts of the criminal groups were blocked. And in the course of the investigative actions in Ukraine, mobile phones and computers with evidence of the illegal activity were discovered. The physical evidence was received. It will be provided to international partners to continue the investigation and bring the perpetrators to justice. Well, how wonderful is that, Christopher? Stamping out crime everywhere, not just in Ukraine. Christopher's not listening to me now, or he's not talking to me now, but that's okay. Can everybody else hear me?
Yes, is he that salty for me crashing the old one that he won't talk to you?
Christopher will be beavering away doing some kind of audio or something important like these titles and all the good things that he does. This is what happened.
I'm trying to stick up the stuff as you're talking about it. So I put the last cyber then there's the next one coming up is the SSU shuts down the new mobilization evasion schemes.
Well, there you go, Jenny. See, I told you he'd be up to something useful. He always is. His wonderful co-host and helps me out greatly in the background. This is why we work well together. I can waffle nonsense and Christopher can do all that hard work. No, I'm only joking, of course. So let's go on to the next case then, because it seems like Christopher has already picked the next case then. So what's this mobilization scheme you said? Schemes for evaders among the detainees for a soldier, that one?
No, I just popped it up. It's the first one in the nest.
Oh, well, I should just go there, shouldn't I? But before we do that, let's see what Marcus has got to say. Marcus, hello.
Hey, I'm just telling you that I can hear you. I'm being very helpful.
Oh, Marcus, please don't. Thank you so much. I just want you to get better. Please be careful with your voice.
Well, maybe if I mess it up, it'll get deeper. That's the dream.
Apologies, I was a screen away there. So, yes, well, I hope it doesn't take a cold for that to happen, Marcus. I would rather have you with not such a deep voice, because there's not really anything wrong with that. It certainly doesn't bother me anyway. So, well soon, Marcus, is what we would prefer. Now then, let's have a look at
Thank
this.
you.
So, you're welcome. Transactional ransomware gang. Very, very naughty individuals indeed. So, whoops, I apologise. Just, Christopher, can you just take over for one moment, please?
Sure. So these guys was not very good. Mobilization schemes. The SSU shut them down. has another 5 schemes for evading mobilization. Now we talked about this again last week, and it seems like they still keep collecting these, much like charms on a charm bracelet, so to speak. The organizers have been detained in different regions around Ukraine. The cost of the services reached 10 grand US dollars. It's kind of a lot. They using counterfeit documents, or they helped the evaders get across the border. There's in the Poltava region, the head of the district military establishment office was caught extorting money from business owners, including local agricultural companies. For the bribes, he promised to reserve their subordinates from the mobilization as workers in critical infrastructure. I wonder if that's interesting, because then I guess people are looking to preserve their employees in employment. I guess that might be a thing, right? Because if there's a lot of people that are moving around, steady employed employees might be a really good thing for businesses to have, I guess. But this is the first time I've heard that there is they were extorting a business for allowing their employees to stay non-conscripted. In Vinnytsia, the SSU counterintelligence detained 2 officials of the Military Medical Commission, we've seen these before, for selling fake certificates of, quote, bad health to their, quote, clients. The counterfeits were used for deregistration and illegal departure from Ukraine. The organizer of the scheme was detained in late August of 23, was an official of a local medical diagnostic center. Yeah, that's kind of goes against a little bit against the Hippocratic Oath, I think. In Dnipro, the law enforcement apprehended a lawyer who entered a draft evaders' personal data into the list of members of charitable foundations. The information about the clients, and that's in quotes, was then submitted to the Shalika system as cross-borders drivers transporting humanitarian goods. I guess they got a new job title. Okay, that's probably not in the Zaporizhzhia and the Patia and Zakarpattia region. 3 local residents were detained for smuggling draft evaders into a neighboring EU country. To get potential conscripts out of Ukraine, they first drove them to the border river and then showed them the water route. Wetsuits were included in the price, just in case, I guess, you had to get out and swim. In the Lviv region, 2 perpetrators were detained, quote, red-handed. They were offering potential conscripts the opportunity to travel abroad as drivers for a volunteer organization. So we have 2 of these 5 that have involving utilizing a change of vocation into a humanitarian aid driver. The operations were carried out jointly with the National Police under the supervision of the prosecutor's office. Yes, again, as Tracy will tell us, there is a lot of cooperation that goes on between the SBU and the local police. Oh, we have a four plant, Tracy, on this. We've got a 4 plant. I wish I had seen these before, and I would have added it to the tweet. Now we have a doctor that's writing medical stuff. Yeah. I just understand one of the blurred out pictures that I saw was the back of some poor person's bald head. And I was like, can you really tell the difference if that person is blurred out or not, who that person might be? I don't know. Maybe it's a thing. Tracy, sorry, I'm waffling. Go ahead, please.
That's okay. Sorry, I'm back. Apologies about that. Had a little emergency. I tripped up, but I'm okay. Nothing to worry about. I'm just very clumsy. So thank you for saving me there, Christopher, whilst I get myself up off the floor. And bald heads, I guess it's a tattoo, maybe. That's the only thing that I can think of that they've blurred out a very distinctive tattoo, and somebody may recognise that person because I guess it must be such a unique tattoo. That's the only thing I can think why they would have blurred out the bald head. So
I don't know.
anyway.
I don't know.
And what did you mean by a floor plan, Christopher? You mean the floor inside a house?
No, outside in the cold, there's 4 of them all lined up. If you go to the pictures down below in that post.
Well, concrete plants, I like those. Get planted into the cold concrete and be made to think about what it is that you have done, and you will have to face justice. So I'm just making another cup of coffee to keep myself fueled up for all you lovely people. So we have 136 listeners. So we are building our community slowly but surely, as we do. So I'm going to go ahead and share another post and make a GIF actually to put in the nest, I think. So where are we to go now, I ask you? Well, what would you like to hear about a GRU agent preparing a missile attack on a military hospital? Or a Ukrainian Orthodox Church Moscow Patriarch? I don't know, cleric, whatever they call themselves, under investigation. Now, that's for blessing Gaultier Soldo and Russia's fake referendum. So he's, of course, one of the occupying governors in the Kherson region is Saldo. There is also an FSB informant who guided Russian S-300 missiles at Kramatorsk. And militants who tried to break through Ukraine's positions in Robotny. They got caught, of course. SBU and NABU exposed a deputy head of the Zaporizhia region. I was looking at that yesterday, Christopher. That's quite juicy because I like to see these people in these positions of power taken down so that they can get the right people in there and continue to build these frameworks like they are doing in other systems, frameworks of people with, what do they need? They just need one thing, Christopher: integrity. That's all they need. I think if you have integrity, many of the other qualities that you would like them to have naturally fall into place. Or that's just my opinion about that. You know, I've got an obsession about the word integrity just lately. What about someone who spied on air defense systems and wanted to become a Wagner PMC mercenary? How about him? So that's just some of the ones. Do you have a choice, Christopher? Have we got anybody putting a hand up to give us a choice? Maybe we should check the purple pill and see if we have anybody putting anything in there to make any numbers. Hi, CC. Thank you for posting in the purple pill. We see you. Terry Furious, thank you for posting in the purple pill. So let's get more replies in there. That's building up nicely as well. So, have you got another case that you would like to specifically hear about, Christopher? They're not concrete plants, are they? They're grass plants.
No, they're on the side of grass, soft plants. But I imagine the ground might be frozen, so that would be a bonus. No,
there's a whole lot of them there.
Yep, the SSU agent who adjusted Russian missile strikes. That's up in the nest, the first one.
Okay, so that's the one that we will look at then. Yes, indeed. Why do they always have to blur the pictures out? Well, we know why, don't we? Of course. But, you know, when I look at these, I think anybody who knows them, like, really closely is going to know who they are, because this very often happens, I think. Because, you know, if you know somebody really, really well, if they're a family member, for example, or a long-time friend or somebody that you would recognise very well, then, of course, you know, sometimes this happens. And indeed, they out themselves sometimes. That's another thing that I find very funny. So let's have a look at this one here. So the SBU has apprehended another agent of the Russian intelligence who adjusted strikes on civil infrastructure in Kharkiv. So on the 23rd of January this year, at about 10 p.m, the enemy launched S-300s and X-22 missiles at the Kievsky and Kolodonitsky districts of the city. As a result, private houses, an educational institution, a postal enterprise were damaged. I remember this actually. Because of the destruction, 16 civilians have been displaced. including 2 children, and 9 residents were seriously wounded. After the attack, the agent went to the sites that had been hit in order to collect information on the affected infrastructure and the amount of injured. Disgusting. So the SBU caught the perpetrator in the act, I'm pleased to say, and she was conducting reconnaissance near the houses and destroyed by the Russian strike. So the SBU seized a mobile phone from the suspect, which he was using to covertly photograph and communicate with the invaders. And the investigation also revealed that the detainee is a 34-year-old woman from Kharkiv, whom the aggressor recruited remotely earlier this year. So anonymous chats in Messenger are how they communicated, and after the first communication sessions, the asset received an advance payment from them, and this was for further reconnaissance and sabotage activities against Ukraine. The agent provided the invaders with the coordinates of the most densely populated areas of the city. I mean, it's just despicable, isn't it? You know, these people want locking up for life, no parole, no rehabilitation. That's what I would say. But of course, that's not the way we do things in democratic societies, is it? That's just my opinion. So she, of course, deserves to be arrested. She also collected intelligence on routes of the movement of the armed forces units towards the Eastern Front in particular. And she provided them with, to conceal her communication, the aggressor and the agent deleted the daily reports that she sent to Russia. Well, that's interesting, isn't it? Because we don't normally see them do that. Normally they keep them there for everybody to find. But things are never really deleted on the internet, are they? So SBU investigators have served the detainee with a notice of suspicion under Article 111.2, I'm pleased to say, which is, of course, high treason committed under martial law. Now she's in custody, and she does indeed face life imprisonment. But of course, living in the democratic rule of law societies that we live in, we do follow the rule of law, which means that I guess she will be eligible for some kind of parole at some point, possibly. But at the moment, she's sentenced to life imprisonment, I'm pleased to say. Life for them all, Christopher. That's what I say.
Yeah, well, when it comes to like collaborating directly with Russia, collaborating directly to channel, redirect enemy fire to kill people, yeah, forget the jail cell. Take them outside. That's it.
Yeah.
Back to you.
Well, outside to break rocks. I think they should make things for Ukraine. I think they should be made to make things for Ukraine, for the benefit of Ukraine. They should be made to make something whilst they're in prison for this life sentence. And it should have to be something good or something hopeful or something, you know, that the community really needs. Although I'm not sure how much I would trust them to make these things, depending on what it was, of course. But I don't know. Maybe they could help to make infrastructure in some kind of a way, on a small scale, make the parts that make that. I'm not even sure if you're allowed to do that. Of course, I don't know how it works in Ukrainian prisons, but in the UK prisons, you get a job. So you get, that means that you get more allowance each week. So people, and as I've seen, people do have preferences for different jobs, I believe. Just, I guess, as you would expect it to be. But I wonder if that's something that they could maybe think about doing. Those jobs could then be things that would benefit Ukraine. I think that would be a fantastic idea. What do you reckon to that, Christopher?
Have you ever seen the movie Cool Hand Luke? So Cool Hand Luke is a movie about a guy who's bit of a drunkard, bit down on his luck, and he gets he's down south and he gets put into a work penal colony in the swamps for twisting off parking meter, the heads of parking meters, basically stealing the change out of parking meters. And the prison likes to use its chain gang labor kind of thing. So what they were tasked with doing is in the very hot, I guess it was either Mississippi or Louisiana, one places in the sun, the tar spreader came across in the old way of doing the roads back then, which the tar spreader comes along. It's a truck with heated liquefied tar, and it sprays it on the road, and then you toss in over top of that the aggregate, the sand, and the chain gang was responsible for shoveling the sand into the road and making it so that the tar was, then the sand would adhere to the tar, and you'd have another resurface of the road. So I think that's what they should do, road resurfacing in the middle of summer. Back to you.
Yes, that sounds like a good idea. That sounds like a very difficult job to have. For every child.
Thank you. First of all, Marcus, we really want you to feel better. I don't think your voice needs to drop. You remember, Mr. Rogers, we like you just like you are. And then back to Christopher. I can appreciate your feeling on the chain gang thing, but I spent the last few years of my high school in Central Texas. And, you know, a little small town of 500 people. The county wasn't very big either. It was agricultural and sparsely populated. And, you know, the roads weren't normally paved. There was only one paved road in my community, and there were a lot of unpaved roads. But when the county needed extra workers, they just threw people in jail and told them that they could get out when they earned their way out on the road detail. They generally did this with people passing through that weren't local. So they would catch somebody with some kind of violation on their way from one place to another and toss them in jail.
Thank you very much, for every child. Yeah, of course, we're only joking, really. We wouldn't, you know, I'd like it to be like that, but then that's not the way that things work, are they? And of course, we have to follow the rules-based international order and the rule of democratic law, and this is what we do. And, you know, I think Ukraine do a fantastic job at doing that. So we're just probably just being a little bit jovial about this, and maybe we shouldn't, but I think sometimes you know, you've got to do that. Sometimes if you don't laugh, you'll cry, and we have to take an example from the Ukrainians and just have a little joke about it. Because of course I wouldn't advocate. Sorry, go ahead, for every
I
child.
must humbly apologize. I absolutely, I don't need to be raining on your parade.
No, that's okay. No apology necessary. I mean, you're absolutely right. You know, whilst we can have a little joke here and there about these things, we have to just make sure that everybody understands that that's not what we're not advocating for. Of course, people to be treated like that. You know, we want to follow the rules-based international order. And you know, I think when we say these things, what we're having is an emotional response, isn't it? And I'm telling you how it makes me feel emotionally. But if I put my objective hat on for a moment, then of course, you know, Ukraine is doing a fabulous job at dealing with all these things. And actually, it's something that I'm looking into in more detail, because I found out some interesting things that will come up at some point, no doubt, just about collaborationism laws and things like that. Because of course they're in a very difficult situation. It's one thing when they've clearly collaborated and clearly done the things that they've done, but then obviously, as Prince Heather and I have mentioned on many occasions, it must be extremely difficult when you talk about these people that are really forced to do and you know, repressed and you know, tortured, and they do the things that they do. And minor collaboration sometimes happens because people are really forced, you know, within an inch of their life sometimes to do these things. But, you know, I'm sure Ukraine is doing a fantastic job at trying to find where is the best balance for that, because I guess that it's about that evidence that they find and those cases that get built, which is obviously the most important thing. And they take quite a long time to build some of these cases, particularly the ones in Butcher. And in fact, actually, there's been some updates on the Maidan cases recently, and there's quite a lot going on with that, and lots of changes. So I can update people about that at some point as well, if everybody would like to have a conversation about that. Marcus, please go ahead, and please don't strain your voice too much.
No, For Every Child reminds me of, with their description of what went on in Texas, reminds me of world famous Dan Aykroyd script, Any Which Way But Loose. You've seen that movie.
Right Turn Clyde.
Any Which Way But Loose. It's a movie. Anyways, Dan Aykroyd wrote the script, and it's famously very insane. And it's got the theme that that For Every Child was talking about. That is all.
Thank you, Marcus. Sorry, I shouldn't have interrupted you there. What I said to you was Any Which Way But Loose, which if you've watched that film, sorry, now you said that. Oh, I'm getting confused now. What I said was Right Turn Clyde, and if you watch that movie, you know what I'm talking about. So, of course, there's a few different movies, and if you don't know what I'm talking about, well, is it a gorilla or something like that he says, Right Turn Clyde, and the gorilla puts his arm out of the window to do a right turn, as you do when you're on a bicycle, for example, and he happens to just accidentally on purpose punch someone in the face. So, but I think you should all go watch that movie. But maybe we're getting a little bit off topic now here, Christopher. But thank you for that, because maybe everybody didn't get that, Marcus. So now then, what were you talking about, Christopher, earlier, confusing listeners, talking about Yorkshire calendars?
I received a Yorkshire calendar.
I
received a Yorkshire calendar in the mail today, and I don't know anybody in Yorkshire. Well, I know you in Yorkshire, so thank you very much.
Me?
Well, are you from Yorkshire? You may not be there now. You might be someplace else, undisclosed location, but that's definitely a northern lass.
You're very welcome, Christopher. I'm glad you like it. I just thought I'd show you where I live. And I'm only telling everybody because you already said it, and I don't want people to be leaving confused and wondering what on earth we were talking about. Terry fella.
Yeah, there's two sides to the UK. We might be long and skinny, but we have what's called the backbone of England down the middle, the Pennines. And Yorkshire is on one side and Lancashire is on the other. And I don't know, Tracy, you sound as if you are. I'm from that side. And Tracy might be. But I think Mockers is from Lancashire, isn't she? I think so. Yeah, so there's just two sides and it's very, very different. War of the Roses, Christopher.
Yes, but Mockers and I are united.
Yes, exactly. Which side are you from, Tracy?
Oh, I'm from the north of the Pennines. I'm from Yorkshire.
Oh, you're up in Yorkshire. Right. I'm actually Manchester, sort of was. I've not been there for about 40, 50 years, apart from for funerals and stuff, but that's another story. But yeah, and there is a slight difference between north and south, isn't there?
Yes, of course. There's some cultural differences, and we all like to rib each other about it, don't we? Us northerners and southerners.
I got recognised as being a northerner. Immediately I moved down south because I'd stand at a bus stop or be sitting on a bus and I'd start chatting with anybody and everybody. And southerners don't seem to do that half as much. I still do it even now. But there we go. I'll shut up now.
Thank you, Terry fella. So whilst we are building our community again, we're doing lovely. So yes, what should we
I have
continue
another
to do?
SBU, but this one I didn't find in the I found it in Reuters. I didn't find it in the list. But it's a cybercrime.
So is that not
first one in the nest?
So let's have a look at the nest, everybody. Up to the nest we go, and let's see what SBU doing. Let's have a look at this. Why is this in Reuters and not on the it probably is. So what happens, I've noticed with the SBU websites is they go on Telegram first, Christopher, these cases, and then they get uploaded to the website. So you always get them on Telegram first, and very often I notice that they upload some of the cases onto the SBU website, sometimes even at like 7 p.m. at night, for example. So this is, I think, why you may find some not on the website. So this is about a father and son duo. Ooh, naughty indeed. A family of criminals. Oh, so Kiev, London. So police in Ukraine said on Wednesday that they had arrested a father and son duo who belonged to the cybercrime gang Lockbit, which was distributed by an international law enforcement operation led by Britain's National Crime Agency and the FBI earlier this week. Actually, I remember seeing about this now. The father and son, neither of whom were named by police, because that's how it is in the UK. You have what's called data protection, were wanted for carrying out attacks using ransomware, malicious software used to digitally extort victims against their enterprises, state institutions, and health institutions in France. The National Police of Ukraine said in a statement. So they've conducted a number of searches at the residences of the hackers in Ternopil, which use mobile phones and computer equipment, and these were used in the illegal activities and therefore seized. The statement said, referring to a city in Western Ukraine. Well, I mean, on Tuesday, the NCA, the FBI, US Department of Justice, Europol, and the Joint Law Enforcement Operation, dubbed Operation, what does that say? I have to enlarge that to get that right. Operation Kronos, that's what I thought it said. It had disrupted the core activities of Lockbit, one of the world's most damaging cybercrime organizations. So, do you know what? I'm so pleased to see all these things going on. We've got the CIA working with the SBU. We've got the UK and US authorities, Interpol, Europol, all these things. I'm so pleased to see all this cooperation. I kind of knew it was going on, Christopher, from some of the cases that we've covered. We've had some signals, haven't we? And we've seen some not detailed explanations of it, but where you can see that cooperation has definitely had to go on, otherwise they couldn't have known the information, especially when we talk about the cases where people have escaped to the EU and our own properties and things in the EU. I mean, even people's deputies and things like that, they were found out by the SBU because of the property that they owned in the EU, and that was stipulated in one of the cases, which was something that I found really interesting. So it's actually nice to now have some confirmation to see this cooperation going on. And I mean, who wouldn't want to work with the SBU anyway, Christopher?
Especially when they're catching very, very naughty beggars. These are naughty beggars. This is the reason why I flagged this one is because the ransomware, the destructiveness of this particular cyber piece of cyber malware, cybercrime unit, and or not unit, I'm sorry, advanced. Oh goodness, I'm not be able to talk today. Persistent threat group. That it's this is really pretty. It's been around for a little while, and it's done a lot of damage. Back to you.
Thank you, Christopher. Yeah, and it's just one example, isn't it, really? When we talk about the scale of the hacks and the cyber attacks that Russia's committing all over the world, you know, that hybrid warfare that we talk about. But it is really serious because, you know, we've had attacks on our critical infrastructure. We've had attacks on, they've tried to hack into, you know, our energy grids and energy networks and things like that. We've had attempted hacks and sometimes, in one case, successful. attacks on the NHS of all places. Now, I mean, why would you do that? Because you want to cripple society and you want to kill people. I mean, it's just absolutely insidious. If you think that really caused a lot of difficulty, we had to go, all our doctors here had to start using paper and go back to using paper. They were struggling. There was no appointment system. All the electronic appointment system went down. Doctors couldn't access your records to see what medications you were on, if you were indeed on medications. So it really slowed things down for a long time, and it made a massive difference when trying to get a doctor's appointment. And it went on for quite some time because the backlog of appointments that built up of people that they couldn't deal with because they just couldn't get access. Of course, there's some people that they could assess and just do a complete new assessment and then give them the medication depending on what it's for. But then for complicated ongoing things, you can't necessarily just do that. And people then, of course, lose access to things, and that puts a risk on your life. And of course, as we said earlier, affects the quality of life. So this is how insidious they are in the things that they do. So I'm definitely really pleased to see this cooperation start being publicised. I guess it's been going on for some time and we just have not been told about it. I would imagine
Well,
that's the case.
I mean, yes, I'm sure that the evidence gathering and whatnot, but there's a post from the recorded media, the record.media. It's a publication for this kind of stuff. So it says police plan a week of Lockbit revelations after capturing, quote, unprecedented intelligence from gangs infrastructure. So there's that. That's amazing. The ransomware gang's website was replaced by a splash page on Monday evening during a press conference in London. On Tuesday morning, the NCA's Director General, Graham Bigga, announced his agency had gained unprecedented and comprehensive access to Lockbit systems. And like I said, this has been some time, and this is NCA, FBI, Europol, and Lockbit basically they have been very naughty, and it's worldwide. This is a Lockbit operated, I'll read the paragraph here. Lockbit operated as one of the many ransomware as a service gangs that, similar to software as a service companies, provide a platform to customers. The Lockbit platform offered a mechanism for these hackers, known as, quote, affiliates, within the ransomware ecosystem to encrypt the devices on network and or steal data and threaten to publish it in the gang's darknet site unless an extortion fee was paid. While there are no objective measures on how prolific each ransomware as a service operation is, Lockbit has consistently published more victims who refuse to pay ransom to its darknet extortion site than any other outfit, over 2,000 according to the latest count, more than its closest three competitors, and those are Conti, AlphaV, and Clop. Those three are also kind of notorious, but nowhere near the kind of destruction that Lockbit was wielding. So it's a very, very good, very nice, very takedown, and it's good that we've have the SBU is involved. Back to you.
Absolutely. I think, I mean, I would like to think that we're learning from them at this point just as much as they're learning from us. I would like to think we're all swapping about those best practices, and it's definitely something that we need to get more active in, more proactive in, and start doing more. I mean, it's only actually the UK's defences, I think, are only as they are now because we were warned by Ukraine before all this started happening to us, what was going to be coming down the line, and it's thanks to the warnings from Ukraine and the evidence that they've been able to show from the cases that they've built. And obviously that's really important. And moving forward, they're going to be part of Europe and part of NATO. So we definitely need them all to be working together. All that intelligence is obviously very important for every child.
I have something I want to say, but I don't want Marcus to wait. So can you call me next?
Absolutely. Please go ahead, Marcus.
Oh, thank you. I was just going to say that transnational gangs tend to use these systems these fraud-based options as ways to get US dollar currency or euros in-house. Like, we know that that's what North Korea has been doing. So
Thank you, Marcus. Go ahead for every child.
Well, you know, there's something to be said for decentralization. Maybe we need a patient right movement saying that we deserve to have our own medical records on our own cell phones so that we have it with us anywhere we go and it's not subject to somebody getting it erased.
I mean, we have that facility in the UK, but I don't know how many people choose to use it. I don't use it. I have everything digital, as I said. So when I make a doctor's appointment or anything like that, or order a prescription, anything, contact the doctor for any reason, it's done online. Very often you can get consultations that way as well, depending on what it is that you need to be speaking to them about. But it's not something that I use a great deal. You can download your own medical records on there, and you can also transfer those medical records to other people that you might want to share them with, such as other specialists that you may be seeing, for example. But certainly the option is there for us in the UK for every child.
I will check, but I didn't think that I had the option to download my own medical records. But I could be mistaken on that.
Well, it's a relatively new thing in the UK, and I believe there are some. I don't. If I'm getting it correct, you can't get absolutely everything. I think there are some restrictions on, but you can get most things. But I guess as well, it depends on how far back your history goes and how big it is. But yeah, certainly I can download that information and export it if I want to. Actually, I'm going to go and have a look now. You said that, just at how detailed it is. That's interesting. Thank you for every child. I wonder if you've experienced that, Terry Furious. Terry Fella.
Yes,
I'm getting your name mixed
yeah,
up.
that's all right. I'm Terry Furious Fella, if you saw the whole thing. So I used to be just Terry Fella, but once Furious sort of started being a thing, I adopted that. I'm not very woke, or am I woke? I don't know. I don't care. Anyway, yes, the NHS app has allowed me to go and find out all of my vaccinations right back to the day I was born. It hasn't got my full history, partly because they were still in the process of updating all of the history from the paper records when my particular surgery, doctor's surgery that is, got burnt down by arsonists. So I think my early records have actually disappeared. But I've certainly got the last 20 years worth, and I can see every appointment, every hospital appointment as well that's been sent back, all of my x-rays, blood tests, everything. And you can also, every time you go for a visit and the doctors have to write a little bit up, you can now see all of those as well. But you do have to ask the pharmacy or ask the surgery for permission. So you sign a consent form so that they can upload it. But yeah, I find that app, that's how I reorder all my prescriptions. How I don't think we can make an appointments online anymore because it's now phone up at 8 o'clock in the morning on the day. But yeah, but everything else, it's a brilliant app. But probably the last 3 or 4 years, maybe, Tracy?
Yeah, I think things have changed a lot this year, haven't they, as well? I can't ring up my surgery anymore.
No.
I have to do everything online now.
Oh, right. No, for
The
that.
only way they'll make you an appointment. Yeah, the only way they'll make you an appointment over the phone at my surgery is if you have some kind of disability, or you don't have access to being online and you're not able to do it, and then they will do it. But other than that, you have to do it
Right, yeah,
online.
ours used to be that you had to do it, or well, you could choose to do it online. But then ever since COVID and all of the crackbacks and then the doctor strikes and God knows what else, which I'm fully supportive of, because the way this country is running our NHS, that's another whole space that we could take up there. But no, ours insists that you phone up on the day to try and get an appointment. But there's only a limited number of spaces, and they won't do any booking unless you've been to your doctor and your doctor says, I'll see you again in 2 weeks. And then they will book it for you before you go. But there's no online booking anymore, which used to be brilliant. I used to love that. And a lot of it now they'll also try to do telephone appointments, which is not quite the same. If you've got a strange rash, you actually want it to be seen, or, you know, you can't bend your legs, or describing some things, you just need to be seen, don't you? But there we go. That's me having a complaint. But having access to the records, though, is very, very useful.
Yes, I absolutely agree. It's definitely very useful. So I'm just looking at something very interesting from the president. There's been a decree of the president of Ukraine, decree number 84 in the year 2024, about the regulations on military service in the National Guard of Ukraine by foreigners and stateless persons. In accordance with the fourth part of Article 211 of the law of Ukraine, sorry, I'm just reading this from a translation at the same time, so I'm translating it whilst I'm talking to you. On military duty and military service, and the fifth part of Article 9 of the law of Ukraine on National Guard of Ukraine, to approve the regulation on military servicemen in the National Guard of Ukraine by foreigners and stateless persons is attached. So, and this decree enters into force on the day of its publication, which is today, February the 21st, 2024. Well, that's an interesting development, isn't it, Christopher? What do you think about that then? So it seems like foreign.
I'm not sure what that means particularly, but okay.
Well, I'm taking it to mean that foreign, this is how I'm understanding it, that foreign nationals are now able to serve in the National Guard of Ukraine, which was not previously the case. Yeah, approve the regulations on military service in the National Guard of Ukraine by foreigners and stateless persons. I think there has to be some parts that you're not allowed to go in, and I'm guessing the National Guard is one of them, because, of course, you can volunteer in the Armed Forces of Ukraine, but you can't actually be in the Armed Forces of Ukraine unless you live in Ukraine and you have Ukrainian citizenship. Is that right? I think something along those lines. Go ahead, Marcus.
Yeah, I'm wondering what the purpose is, though. I mean, if it's to entice people to come and sign up, I get it. That makes sense. But what's the purpose?
Well, the National Guard is the offensive guard, Marcus.
Okay.
So they have offensive. What I'm thinking is they have offensive units, don't they? So I'm wondering if it is that they're just trying to. I mean, there's already foreigners that are working in Ukraine that are wanting to be part of other parts and volunteering in, like the Legion, for example. So I think this is a good move, especially if they can go and form part of those offensive guard brigades. Do you have any thoughts, Marcus?
No, because I don't really know. Like, the benefits are just that you could attack instead of defend? ?
I mean, I just see it like they're just opening more opportunities for foreigners and stateless nationals to be able to serve in the various parts of, different brigades, the National Guard, I don't know, border guards, wherever you want to serve. I think it would be fantastic if they allowed foreign nationals to do that. Maybe this is just the start of it, and it's just the first step. Terry Feller?
Yeah, I agree. I think it is probably the first step. I think there'll be a much bigger decree or, changes in the law or whatever for the full mobilization. But this seems to me as if instead of only being able to be in Ukraine as a foreign national, in volunteering sense, that maybe this means that people can be paid is the other thing, and that they will get official training. So, I mean, a lot of the foreign nationals currently go over, and the main thing that they do is help with the training because they have more experience. But to actually get involved in possibly frontline activities, which is what some people choose to do, it was foreign nationals and non-state
Stateless
something.
persons. So someone
State.
that doesn't, yeah. Even though
Yeah,
the
that's
UN
the weird one.
technically prohibits those.
Yes. It almost sounds as if those are sort of immigrants. I don't know.
I'm not sure if it means completely stateless as we take
Ah.
it, Terry, or if it means stateless as in you're not a citizen of
Oh,
Ukraine.
could be. Yes. Yes. There's a lot of understanding terminology, isn't there, that we need to get our heads around all the time.
Absolutely, and sometimes those words are used in slightly different contexts and in slightly different ways. So, of course, we have to look at that as well. And then on top of that, then you get the translation issue. So I would have to dig in. I can't say for certain, of course, but I don't think it would be allowed for stateless people, as we see it, as in you don't have a state, you don't belong to any country or anything like that. I don't think that would be lawful. I'm not 100% sure. To be perfectly honest, but I certainly will be looking further into it. But yeah, at this point, I'm taking it to mean that you're not a citizen of Ukraine. If anybody knows more and they want to come up and correct me, please feel free to do so.
Well, stateless persons is an
Otherwise,
interesting category. So, there was a couple of times where people were stuck at airports, for example, because they were abandoned by the state. But technically speaking, the UN prohibits a person from being made stateless. So you're not supposed to create stateless persons. So they're extraordinarily rare. And I'm a bit surprised at the language, but it might just be a direct translation thing.
yeah, I think you're right, Marcus. I think that has to be what it is, or something what we're talking about, because obviously Ukraine wouldn't do that. Like you say, it's strictly against regulations and against, international law and humanitarian law. And in fact, actually, you are right. You're not supposed to make people stateless. We had that here when we were trying to revoke the citizenship of people that had committed terrorist attacks and joined ISIS. Yeah, exactly. And we were only able to revoke those that had like dual citizenship somewhere else. Because for exactly that reason, Marcus, if they didn't have them, we would have made them stateless, which is not allowed. So anyway, it's an interesting thing to look at. But if it means what I think it means, then it's good news, I guess. So what else is going on today? So I was looking earlier about people that have been evacuated, Christopher. There's more news about evacuations today from the Donetsk region. So this is involved actually not just the White Angels, it's involved different teams of people to evacuate. So I'm pleased to say that 37 children have been evacuated, 3 of whom were taken out of the zone of extremely active hostilities. Donetsk suffers from the daily enemy shelling, of course, and rescuers help the people in every possible way. So this has happened with a few different NGO groups, evacuation groups, of course, the police, and they've evacuated 5 residents of a frontline village in Novoselivka, including 3 children. And during the past day, employees of the rescue service provided assistance during evacuation in Pokrovsky district and Bakhmutsky to 150 people and 34 children. So I'm pleased to say, and they're on those evacuation trains as well. When I'm looking at the pictures, those nice evacuation trains that they try to put on for people so they can be as comfortable as possible. So more evacuations going on in Donetsk as always.
Can I ask a question about that? Do we have any pictures of the kids train?
Yeah, I have seen them somewhere. I would probably have to locate them. They're more than likely they will be on Facebook, so I can locate them at some point, Christopher. Yes.
I can look there. I just hadn't seen them. and I was curious. Okay, because what you said just reminding me of that. Okay, I'll go look. Thank you.
Yeah, the Facebook group that we have, the MriyaReport Facebook group. If you don't know about that, guys, you should do get over there and join the group. It's a closed group, so you don't have to deal with all the other silly people on Facebook. And if you're like me and you don't really use Facebook and you just use it for social media for MriyaReport in Ukraine, then you can just go on the closed group. That's what I do. I don't go on my own page. I don't even look at my own personal page or feed or anything like that. And the only notifications I answer on Facebook are ones to do with the MriyaReport Facebook group. So it's a closed group, so you have those protections. You have to get post approval is on, so you can't just post without that post being checked and approved. And that goes for everybody, me included. And that means that we can just obviously make sure that everything is accurate and verified on there. But most things that I talk about get put on the Facebook group. It's a really good resource to look back, actually, if you want to get some details of something that an event you remembered that happened previously, but you can't quite remember all the details. That's a really good place to go. The search function on the homepage of the group, it's really good. You look at it's on the top right-hand corner. You can just generally put usually two keywords in there. You could probably put children's evacuation train and that would come up. So it's a very good search function on there. So that's really, really helpful if you want to look back for information. So now then, what was I going to talk to you about then? Yes, that's what I was going to talk about. So I found some information out earlier this week, Christopher, about the Maidan cases. Now, I'm not sure if you know much about these. So these have been going on for quite some time. Of course, it includes the torture and murder of some of the people, the students from that period of time. I mean, some of them, it's been going on for, there's so many different cases now. There's hundreds and hundreds of different individual cases. And there's lots and lots of complicated stuff to go through. But the General Prosecutor did give an update on the results of that this week. So I thought if you want to, we could go through some of those details. Do you want to talk about that or something else, Christopher? Maybe something else. I don't know, but I'm going to talk about this until Christopher comes and tells me that he wants to hear about something else, or any of you would like to come and tell me that you want to hear about something else. So I'll be speaking more in detail about this in the SBU segment on Saturday night, but this is a very long case and there's lots of details to go through. Most recently, what happened was one of the people that was acquitted, and he was acquitted for torture. The General Prosecutor made an appeal and that sentence was looked at again, and he's now gone to prison for life imprisonment, I'm pleased to say, because I don't know how the judge thought that she could say that he wasn't guilty, because I've seen the video, and they throw someone off the top of a building. And then the other person, they make him strip in -12 and they stab him in the leg with a knife. So, and how you can say, and the faces are there to be seen, they've got masks on, but like the balaclavas over the faces, they slip at the time during the videos. So you can quite clearly see these people's faces. So how that happened, that the judge could acquit this guy previously, I will never know, but that's a different matter altogether. So the General Prosecutor gave an update, and he has said some of the results of the investigation of the trials of the Maidan cases in 2023 and 2024. Currently, the prosecutors and the General Prosecutor's Office conduct procedural management of pre-trial investigations in 57 of the criminal proceedings against 76 persons. These criminal proceedings cover more than 3,600 episodes of criminal offences. In 2023, the courts passed 13 guilty verdicts in the Maidan cases. One of them was later overturned, which convicted 18 people, more than in the previous 4 years combined. Now, many of you may be aware that there's been not a really very good reason for why these things have taken so long and why these cases have taken so long to be heard and so long to be built. Now, there's a number of various complicated reasons for that. So some of those I can talk about if you would like, but it's long and varied, and Christopher seemed to drop. Maybe that's why he didn't answer me. Never mind. So yeah, it's long and varied, and there's lots of different reasons involving people that are hearing the cases, people not wanting to hear the cases. There's even been some examples of that happening. So now the courts passed the 13 guilty verdicts. Like I said, 63 people were notified of suspicion, and that includes 6 high-ranking officials and heads of law enforcement agencies. And those include the head of the SBU of Ukraine, his first deputy, the deputy head of the main directorate of the Chief of Public Security, Police and Ministry of Internal Affairs of Ukraine, heads of the Ministry of Internal Affairs in the Sumy and Cherkasy regions, 30 law enforcement officers, including 6 investigators, 3 judges, 20 employees of the FSB, including 5 generals, and 4 civilians. In 2023 alone, there were 26 indictments against 51 of these people, and those were sent to court. And some of those include the 12 high-ranking officials of the heads of the law enforcement agencies. And I think it's important to say here that the previous head of the SBU was one of them, because it doesn't matter where you work or who you are. This is what's happening in Ukraine now. They are not accepting this corruption anymore. They're just not accepting this kind of behaviour. So 12 high-ranking officials have been sent suspicion, 31 law enforcement officers, 2 judges and 1 court official and 5 civilians. I think that's a good haul of all those people. Already in 2024, 3 indictments have gone ahead against 11 people, and that includes 10 of the law enforcement officers and 1 of the judges. So lots of detail to go through there, Christopher, and it seems they're finally being able to, whatever the blockage and for whatever the various reasons, they're actually starting to be able to move along with these cases now, which I think is fantastic, because the people that were involved have waited a very long time for justice here. You are back, Christopher.
I have come back. I brought my bucket and sponge to clean myself up because I blew up. I exploded. I don't know why. Not sure why, but something happened. Anyway, maybe it was too much. The phone on too long. Who knows? Back to you.
Did you even hear any of what I was saying about the Maidan cases then? Probably not if you were bouncing up and down.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't hear. No, nothing. Sorry.
That's okay. So things are moving along, basically. That's all you need to know. They're finally starting to be able to make some progress on these things, which, you know, it's been a long time, a really long time that these things have been taking.
I thought I saw oh, sorry to interrupt. But I thought I saw an article that said it was the cover picture was a gentleman just sort of standing there. It was one of his, I think, relatives that had gotten baby that was murdered by snipers, and the article was like, yeah, there's not many people have been brought to justice. Back to you.
Well, up until this year, that absolutely was the case, yes. And so that's why I'm really pleased to see these cases now. I mean, it still needs to continue, doesn't it? 10 out of the 30 police officers, 1 out of the 2 judges, 5 civilians. So those 10 police officers, though, a lot of them have gone to prison for life. So a lot of them are good cases. If it's taken this long to, you know, the thing is, there've been some people that have not been willing to hear the cases from what I've learned from researching it. So they, like you say, they had to get those right people in the right places to be able to have these cases brought to court and have these cases heard. Because if people are trying to put obstructions in places, and then I guess that's why there are 2 judges on the list as well. So definitely good to get those judges now. Prince Heather has so many Stratcom things here now. I hope you all don't mind whilst I scroll past them all. I'm sorry, Prince Heather, to out you, but I'm scrolling past these Stratcom things to find the thing that I want. So this is what happens when we have to keep so much information for all you lovely listeners, so we can bring you all this detail and bring you all these reports. So, yeah, I mean, 8 years of court proceedings, it's a long time, isn't it? But I'm pleased to say 20 FSB employees, including 5 generals, came several times and together with SB employees made relevant materials that became the basis for committing those criminal acts. So it started, of course, with the FSB, as these things inevitably do. But in 2023 now, there's been 26 indictments of 51 people. So that's more than any of the previous years, Christopher. So I hope that fills you in on some of the detail that you missed whilst you were jumping up and down and trying to get back to the...
that's much better than what I had seen. The intonations of the headline of the article was much more dour than that. So, or dire, as the case may be, but that's very good to hear that. I'm very pleased about that. Back to you.
Oops.
No, you're right there. I didn't explode this time, I don't think. Oh.
I'm talking to a muted mic, Christopher.
Oh.
Why can't you hear me?
I don't know. I don't know. You were very...
Apologies. Sorry. I'm doing a Prince Heather. So, did you see the news about Google going to allocate £10 million to support Ukrainian startups, Christopher? I thought that was brilliant news.
I did not see that.
Really,
that's but you know, from Alphabet, that's like, I don't know. They found that in the couch cushions. Back to you.
well, that's very true. So they're going to allocate 10 million to support Ukrainian startups. Selected Ukrainian startups will be announced gradually throughout the period of 2024. And this came from the senior director of Google for startups. And I am not even going to attempt to pronounce that name. That looks Polish to me. Sorry, Polish. Ukrainian's hard enough. Startups will receive up to $200,000. As well as mentoring support from Google and $300,000 in Google Cloud credits, and applications will begin later this year. So, lots more help for Ukrainian startups, which is fantastic. That's all good to see, I think. So, let's go and see what Atesh have been doing, because we were going to talk about them earlier and we got sidetracked into SBU, didn't we? Unless you want to talk more about SBU, if there are any cases you want to hear about, just come up and ask me, because I always want to talk about the SBU. Oh, there seems that Atesh are recruiting in Novosibirsk. Civil power activists carried out propaganda work in Novosibirsk to attract, I can't speak now, to attract active members of our movement. Local residents can see leaflets both in crowded places and at bus stops and on the doors of their homes. Oh, I'm sorry. I couldn't help that. That just squeaked out. On the doors of their homes. I mean, that's just brilliant, Christopher. Talk about put your recruiting signs for Atesh on the doors of the homes all over the town. You know what? I'm pleased to say there are lots and lots of pictures as well. I've got to post them for everybody to laugh at. I just couldn't help laughing then. I'm sorry.
No, that's good.
I think that's
it's
hilarious.
Like a QB poster.
Do we have anything from QB?
Oh, well, Gerasimov is almost ready. He was being grown in the lab, and he's kind of like the he's going to come back like the Terminator Gerasimov, but he's almost ready apparently. And then of course QB is QB talked about the Canadians. Marcus, I don't know what's up with that. Decide that we're going to go to Russia. Anyway, there's a nice little QB post about the Canadian family with the little tiny cubes all around. I'm not sure what that's all about, but I guess Marcus is not here. Oh, he has abandoned us. It's okay. He's not feeling well. Maybe he should have some tea or some chicken soup or something. But yeah, QB had that. QB was also walking around with a big bunk stick, but I guess he was looking to bunk, not Vacnex. I asked him if it was for Vacnex. He didn't answer me. And then what else has he been doing? I don't know. We go find his timeline. But I really like it when Prince tells us QB stories. Maybe she'll come up if she's had enough coffee and tell us some QB stories. Okay, back to you.
Prince does a fabulous job at telling the QB stories. I enjoy Prince telling us those QB stories too. So let's see a bit more about what ASESH have been doing, because they have been doing one more thing today, which is very interesting indeed. So they've been recording the deployment of S400 division in the Saki region. And again, we have lots of videos and pictures and coordinates, of course. So agents continue systematic reconnaissance of military installations of the Russian armed forces throughout the peninsula. This time we had an air defence division in our sights, namely the S400 and a radar station. On the same day, we promptly sent all the information to the Ukrainian Defence Forces and continued to monitor the future movement of the division. It is important to monitor their work on the airborne targets of the special operations and record the new placement of their locations. This is what ASESH will do. And of course, they encourage you to join them. Oh my goodness, we've got like 8, 9, 10 videos here. That's brilliant. And they've also been doing something else. Let's have a look. Simferopol Military Hospital is packed to capacity. The agents report that lines of military vehicles enter the territory of the military hospital along Zhukovsky Street almost around the clock. The main reason for the insane influx of wounded and killed is the recent assaults in the Avdiivka and Zaporizhia directions. The hospital is literally packed to capacity. The bodies are mostly transported in KAMAZ trucks because there are too many of them. How many more people must die in order for everyone to finally realise that thieves and bandits are in power in Russia? Well, this is not wrong, is it? So that's a little bit gruesome, but well, I guess it's good to know in one sense, because at least we know that the Ukrainian armed forces are attriting them. You know, they've got to attrit those Russian forces wherever they happen to be. And so if they can choose the area of operations where that's going to be, and it's going to suit their conditions as best as is possible in these circumstances, then I think that's what they need to continue doing. So talking about increased activity, let's look at the General Staff Report. So 51 combat clashes took place during the day, and the enemy launched 3 missile and 84 airstrikes. They fired 71 salvo rocket systems at the positions of troops and populated areas. In the Kupian direction, the enemy made 2 offensive attempts near Sinkivka and Tabaivka. In Liman direction, soldiers repelled 4 attacks in the Donetsk region. In Bakhmut direction, defense forces repelled an attack near Klishkivka in Donetsk. And in the Avdiivka direction, defenders repelled 12 enemy attacks. So they've all dropped. That was much higher this morning, wasn't it, when I read that General Staff Report earlier?
Yes, it
Those
was.
amounts.
Yeah, but why did they drop?
Well, maybe they've all been eliminated and they're all at the hospital.
Oh, okay, that makes
Well,
sense.
from that,
I'll buy that. I'll buy that for $1. Back to you.
Well, there's many of them in the Simferopol hospital anyway, and according to Atesh, they all came from the Avdiv direction and Zaporizhia directions. And of course, we did hear yesterday that they were preparing to mount an attack. Actually, there's some disinformation out. That reminds me, I read that earlier. There's some disinformation out there that Russian forces have managed to knock out the bridgehead from the left bank of the Dnipro. But I saw warnings. I'll find them when I've gone through this general staff report and post them for everybody to see, because they probably were for the Centre for Countering Disinformation. That's probably where I saw them, because I was looking there earlier, but I will double check anyway. But yeah, they were warning not to believe basically everything that the Russians are saying about that. So it's interesting that that was put out. So coming back to the general staff report, the enemy did not even conduct assault actions in the Novo-Pavlovsk direction. And in Zaporizhia direction, the defence forces repulsed 7 enemy attacks west of Robotny area. So that's massively decreased since yesterday. In the Odessa anti-aircraft missile defence system in the Kherson direction, the enemy does not give up its intention to knock out units from the bridgeheads on the left bank of the Dnipro. And during the day, there were 2 attempts to storm the positions of troops in this position. Aviation of the defence forces struck 10 personnel concentration areas, 2 enemy anti-aircraft missile complexes. Also, units of the Air Force of the Armed Forces of Ukraine destroyed another Su-34 fighter bomber and 3 reconnaissance UAVs. Units of the missile forces struck 5 areas of concentration of personnel, weapons and military equipment, 2 warehouses of fuel and lubricants, 3 control points, 8 artillery means and 1 radar station of the enemy. It seems to me there's going to be a big haul on tomorrow's numbers of equipment there. Again, looking at that, Christopher, what do you reckon? It will be interesting to see if I'm right when the numbers come out in the morning.
I've marked it down. Back to you.
We will have to wait for Mockers to give us those numbers in the morning. So there we are. That's the general staff report for this evening. So the intensity of the attacks has dropped somewhat, and that's, I guess, a good thing. Now, let's see what President Zelensky has had to say in his evening address. So yes, Christopher, can you take over for a moment, please?
Yeah, I can. All righty. So we're finding out some things again from the Munich conference that have kept going. These articles are a couple of days old, but I hadn't seen them yet. But I'm trolling through cyber news. So Norway's prime minister, and it sounds a bit prescient here, but I think it's probably a very valid statement. Would have liked to have seen him at the panel. I actually would have liked to have seen most of the Munich conference, but again, I'm not a whole lot up on time. So he's warning that any Russian conflict with Europe will, quote, not necessarily start in the military field. And of course, this one would think that this is already ongoing. I don't think that there's any doubt that anybody who's been paying attention to cyber crime or cyber espionage or any other activities in cyberspace designed to disrupt or deflect or to produce disinformation or otherwise, just, I guess, disrupt is the one word I keep coming up with. Any of the normal operations of governments and of people, of anything that can work towards the advantage of messing up the status quo of normalcy. And I don't mean status quo as in like it's a bad thing. I mean, just kind of go along and do your thing, and everybody does their thing, and then for the most part people are kind to each other. But I just don't think that that's the world that that our adversaries, especially the genocidal invaders that is Russia, want. I think that's not what they want at all. They're very imperialistic. They're definitely a megalomaniac kind of individual leading that group, and
you know, society there has, we've talked about this pretty much ad nauseum on the space over the last 2 years, and 2 years is definitely coming up. So if you all are planning on celebrating, and I don't mean it in a rah, this is great way. I mean, celebrating the, you know, I guess that's the wrong word, right? So that means kind of like good. Does celebration ever mean bad? I don't know. But anyway, the 2-year anniversary, there's a march and a rally in Washington, D.C. There are many others scheduled around the United States. I'm sure that there are those scheduled in Canada and other communities where there's a large concentration of Ukrainian diaspora and supporters. If it happens to be that you're um, in those particular marches or in those particular rallies, or even if you all are standing out with a placard hanging out in front of a courthouse or something in the center of your town with a few friends from Ukraine, come onto the space, come tell us about it. We've got a bunch of programming coming up. I know that the little gnomes in the background, the elves, are working away feverishly to put together a lineup that will basically start at midnight and run for 24 hours. I think it's going to be quite a good bit of programming, welcoming back some old friends to the space and some regulars of noted ilk, Chuck Farr, of course, and we have a bunch of the others who have part of the Doolittle wing. Those, I don't think it's actually going to reconstitute as a Doolittle, but I think it'll come with the individuals that have been there and have been part of that and giving their thoughts and reflections and support. I think is the biggest thing that we will be doing on Saturday here at MriyaReport. Myself, I'm going to be making a trip down to Washington, D.C. I will be hooking up with some other of NAFO fellas. And I guess we call ourselves fellas, huh? I never really thought about that, but that seems one-sided because there are just as many, if potentially more, females in this, or people who identify as female. Anyway, I will be down. Tracy will be co-hosting from her undisclosed location in London, not London, in the UK, and I will be joining her from Washington, D.C. So we'll see how we can get this to work. I'm hoping that maybe we'll be able to stream a little video onto, either a Zoom channel or YouTube, and maybe give a little bit of a flavor of what's happening on the ground as it sort of happens. So hopefully I'll be able to bring people onto the air. I know that in these crowded situations, sometimes the sound isn't particularly great. We'll have to see how that goes. And we're looking forward to it. Man, it's just around the corner, isn't it? Oh, sorry, Tracy, I'd not even look, staring off into space, babbling away. Oh, your hands up. Go ahead, please.
Oh, that's okay. I was just alerting you to the fact that I was back, Christopher. Apologies for that. But actually, I'm glad you started talking about this because I'm really looking forward to it. I'm a little sad that I'm not able to attend one of these events or go somewhere, but I will be doing my part from here and co-hosting. And hopefully, Christopher, as you heard, he's going to be co-hosting along with me from DC and events there. We've got a number of people that are going from the space that are hopefully meeting up, as Christopher said, and we are trying our very best to get as many guests back that we can, that we've had throughout the year for you all, and we will be having as many as possible as those that we can squeeze in, and people that are free, of course. So it's going to be a little chaotic, but also a little fun at the same time. Many of you will remember it was kind of like that last year for the 24th. It was an absolute wonderful marathon. And in case you're not sure what to expect, that is actually on Spotify. So you can go back and you can listen to the marathon 24-hour event from the 24th of February last year. And of course, we will be marking the occasion again in the very best way that we can. So sound quality and all, come up to the space and give it a try, because I think in this instance, the little bit of sound interference that we may have is only going to add to what we're trying to do, and hopefully it will bring that atmosphere to everybody. And I'm also really excited to see who you're going to bump into in DC and be able to bring up to the space to speak, Christopher. So it's very exciting indeed. So we'll see how this all works. And of course, there's a number of our co-hosts working on trying to get you all some video, as Christopher said. So we will see what happens for every child. How does that sound?
That is fabulous. Christopher, about what time of day do you think that might start streaming?
Well, I think that I will be there in the co-host seat from Eastern, 9 a.m. Eastern until, is that correct, Trace? Is that 9? Are we on a double on?
I think it's 9. We're on a double, aren't
Yeah.
we? So I think, let me just check. Yeah. So I think it's 9 for you because it's normally 11, isn't it? And I think we're on at 9. Yes, that's right.
Okay, so 9 to 2, I will be on the space, probably intermittently. I will, if I'm able to get a stream up of any kind, I will put a link into my profile. I'll pin it, and you can grab it from there. I can't guarantee that it's going to work all the time. I haven't tried moving around. I've been okay with stationary stuff, but let's see what happens.
I love
Anyway,
it. I just
yep.
love it. Thank you for doing that.
No problem. A little bit of the flavor. The actual the rally is supposed to start at 2 p.m. to 2 to 3:30, and then there's a march like 3:30 to 4:30 or something along those lines. It's there are a couple of Facebook groups that are out there that for Ukraine and for the organization of this that you can tap into and see. I'm not 100% up on all of it because I've been doing a bunch of things beforehand, and I'm assuming that other people, I'm seeing that other people are handling it nicely, and I will get some sort of marching order when it's time for me to march. Anyway, back to you, Trace.
Thank you, James. Did you have something else you wanted to say for every child?
Oh no, we're all winging it, and we'll just do what we can do and enjoy the ride.
Thank you very much. And I think I called you James then, Christopher. I don't know why I did that. I was reading something else at the same time as talking to you. I apologize. It's getting late in the day for us, isn't it?
But that's my name too. I get two first names. That's what I was given. Back to you.
Well, I like this. I like awkward things. So I'm a very awkward person. I'm very stubborn. And so I like that you have two Christian names, we call them in the UK, although that's not really used that much anymore. You just say your first and last name. But traditionally, we used to call them Christian name and surname. But before we go, there's a couple of things I wanted to tell everybody. There's a couple of humanitarian things that I wanted to bring to you. But also, I wanted to tell you about this because the recruitment of the personnel for the restoration and construction of the new units at Khmelnytsky nuclear power plant is now open. And I think this is fantastic because this is coming back to what we've spoken about previously, briefly, Christopher, regarding these new small-scale reactors and other things that they're putting in place. So the fact that they're starting the recruitment process now, I think that's a really good sign because, of course, it will take, I guess I don't know how long these things take, but it's not going to be something that happens quickly, is it? I don't think. So I think it's fantastic that they are starting that recruitment process now. And it means that they're, well, basically one step closer, doesn't it? Because, of course, Khmelnytsky is the first place that's going to be installed. So I think that's definitely great news. And also, Ukra Hydroenergo posted some interesting information today. So the situation of the hydropower as of 21st is working normally, which I find is really interesting because, of course, we know what happened with the Kakhovka Dam, for example, and that was one of them big parts of the hydropower system. So 72 hydraulic units are now in operation, and the water levels in the reservoirs along the Dnipro and the Dniester cascades are within the limits set by the Interdepartmental Commission of the State Water Agency of Ukraine. And according to the Ukrainian Hydrometeorological Center, as a result of the devastation of the Kakhovka Reservoir and the entry into the Dnipro River of the old natural channel, the water levels are significantly lower. The water intakes in the Dnipropetrovsk, Zaporizhia and Kherson regions. However, the general situation in the power system is that there is no deficit in the energy system, which is absolutely incredible. But they do emphasize that it is important not to overload the energy system still, especially during peak consumption period hours, which, as most of you would imagine, are from 10 a.m. to lunchtime and from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. in an evening. So to think that they are able to do that, how they've managed to do that by cobbling everything else together and fixing everything else and making up for it in other ways is absolutely incredible, because that's a huge thing to take out, isn't it? That resource in terms of being able to create that power. So I thought that was fantastic news, Christopher, and I'm really pleased to see that they're marching along with the designs and the developments for rebuilding as well. As we've spoken about before, the reconstruction was something that they considered right from the minute that it happened, really, and they were getting in there as soon as they could to be able to make measurements, take engineers in there, etc., and do all the necessary evaluations that they needed to do. So, do you want to talk about some humanitarian topics, Christopher? Is Turixus with us? I wonder.
Yeah,
He's been busy, hasn't he, delivering?
I saw him pop up, and I guess he's popped down. But yeah, humanitarian. Oh, I'm so sorry, my voice is going. Humanitarian would be lovely. We haven't really spoken about that. We've spoken about a lot of naughty people, though. Very naughty. Back to you.
We've spoken about a lot of subjects today, haven't we? We've been able to cover lots and lots of things that I want to talk about. So I hope everybody else has found it as interesting, because it has not been your normal programming for today. You have had the Tracy and Christopher marathon. Or is it Christopher and Tracy? Whichever way around you want to put it, I really don't mind. So in Dnipropetrovsk now, they have received some fast cars. They call them, they're replenishing the fleet of fast cars. And this has happened with friends from abroad, is what they've said. So various different partners and support. This time in particular, they have 2 brand new modern Hyundais. They have oxygen tanks, and they will come in handy to support the heavy casualties on the road and stretchers and things like that. So they're kind of like ambulance cars, but not quite. They're like specialized cars. Now they are armed by one of the regional medical facilities, and they help to put heroes on their feet, they say. Now, these cars are from South Korea, from the batch that the local government handed over to the Ministry of Health of Ukraine, and the ambassador to the Republic, Dmytro Ponomarenko, and People's Deputy contributed to the technical enforcement. So this is something that I'm always pleased to see, because like trucks, there's a huge need for any type of vehicle, really, to be able to evacuate people from frontline positions, from any positions, really, no matter what their injuries, whether that be, soldiers or civilians, or and this is one of the things that there's a huge demand for. So I'm actually really pleased to see this, because I think if you look at the pictures, I don't know if you'd say, I mean, they're white, so I suppose you would say that they do look like ambulances, but they're not marked up as ambulances, if that makes sense. So I think that makes a big difference. I mean, they do have some markings on them that you can tell it's some kind of, it looks more like a police vehicle, if you ask me, actually. I'm going to post the pictures so everybody can see what I'm talking about, because they do look more like police vehicles. There is like a blue light on the top and a small blue cross on each side. So they're quite discreet, are the markings. I think maybe that might make it more difficult for Russian forces to recognize them, I don't know, as a medical evacuation vehicle, because of course they like to target these, don't they? So That's one of the things I always worry about, Christopher. How do you make sure that the emergency vehicles have the right markings so that people can notice them without them also being noticeable and, stand out very easy to Russian forces? I find it interesting that there's a blue cross on the side and not a red cross. Do you think that might be something to do with that, making them more discreet?
Well,
Or maybe that's just the regional markings.
maybe. I mean, we in the United States, we use a blue cross in some configurations of what do you want to call it, icons or trade markings of some kind. I've seen that is not an uncommon thing, but it's not the big red cross on the roof, which is kind of like hit me here. So that's kind of good. Back to you.
Yes, I agree, Christopher. And actually, that makes me think of the White Angels, because when you look at their vehicles, I think they're sort of discreet in that way. Like you say, they don't have those big red crosses on or big markings on the roof to be able to show everybody where you are, because that's not good, is it? I mean, we saw what Russia did with the drama theatre, didn't they? Where it was said it was children. It was clearly marked it was children. And of course, what did Russia do? Russia, being Russia, decided to use that as an excuse to hit the place. So that's definitely not what we want. And I'm really pleased to see that these are there. So I'm just posting the pictures for you all to have a look at. And then you can all share. I like to share all these good news things, even if it's just to poke in the eyes of the Vatniks and poke in the eyes of that indicted child snatcher in the Kremlin. Sorry, I know you must think I'm the way I say that name sometimes. It's very difficult for me to say these things without swearing sometimes. So that's the best way that I can say it to you all, and be as diplomatic as I can. So because he is indeed an indicted child snatcher, and that is actually well, it's official, it's legal, Christopher. So therefore, I think we should use this official title.
Well,
Don't
who's
you?
the other one? It's Belova fell over.
Lvova fell over. Yes, Lvova fell over. She fell over when she went on TV and announced to the world that she was a child snatcher too. So both of them have been indicted for that. And actually, we saw
What happened with that one that she adopted, like the older teenage kid that was somewhat of a challenged learning challenge, and just so yeah. What about that? Do we have did we hear anything more beyond that?
Well, the last I heard about that is that he wasn't with them anymore, but I'm not sure if that's still the case. It's quite a while ago, actually, when, of course, all that was happening, that all that came out. So actually, that's an interesting question, and maybe something we should follow up on and find out about for listeners. Thank you for that question, Christopher. It's a good question. Jenny, please go ahead.
I'm going to teach you a good word to say. Röv. Ha. It's not that bad. You should use that when you want to swear. It's not a swear word, really.
Well, it's not a swear word to me because I don't understand it.
Exactly. I will. It just means
Will this get me a fine in the swear jar?
how much. I'm thinking, like, in the end, if the Russians keep this up, I'm gonna need like a GoFundMe for my swear jar, for my contributions to the swear jar. Seriously.
Well, I'm with you there, Jenny. Believe it or not, I have a bit of a potty mouth, but I do I work very, very hard not to reveal that to you all in the space. But nevertheless, when people are not listening to me, you can safe to say I do spit out quite some expletives about some of these people. But it's just such a good way to vent, isn't it, swearing? This is what I say.
You know, I don't think that it's so underrated, the the cathartic energy, like the energy that you release by just swearing up a storm and letting it out of your system because you are so hopping mad. And I have to say that I do not get enough credit for not swearing more than I do when the words that are running through my head, none of them are nice or PG or even PG-13. Some of them are getting me like banned.
Well, we don't want you getting banned, Jenny. Not when you've just joined us. That would not do us any good. So anyway, you are right, though. It's such a good way to vent. It's very cathartic, I find. But of course, we have to be polite in public too, because this is what happens in the civilized world. But I'm with you there. People should not have so many hang-ups about swearing. So, would you like to hear what Jan Stoltenberg had said today to Radio Liberty? Because I think more people should be saying things like this, but I would like to see it backed up with action too. So he said the best way to honour the memory of Alexei Navalny is to show that President Putin doesn't win on the battlefield and that Ukraine prevails. What about that? I've started seeing many more forceful statements coming from these people recently, and I am pleased to see it, but I will go with what Mockers says, and we want to see it backed up by action. And of course, we want to see more things like Sweden did. That was fantastic yesterday. I'm still really, really pleased about that today, actually. And seeing as you're here, Jenny, I bet you're still really pleased about that too.
You know, I am. We are not a big nation. We really aren't. We, like you, it's a tall, skinny country, and we're only 10 million. Well, actually 10.1 million or something like that. So we're not that many even. And I hear extremely few voices. Like, no, well, I don't know. Maybe that's me. Everybody knows that I'm very supportive of Ukraine. So maybe they don't dare to oppose me. But I don't hear anybody like griping or whining about Sweden sending money to Ukraine. I don't hear it. And everybody seems to think that that is, you know, quite obvious that we should. So I don't see him a lot. And I'm really proud. And this was the 15th package that Sweden put together. Do I think that Sweden could clear out even more in our storages? Of course I do. I'm kind of with Denmark. Um, so it's we can always do a little bit more. So, but I am proud of what my nation is doing.
Thank you, Jenny. I'm proud for you as well. I think it's fantastic. It's definitely an example that we all can follow for sure. And those boats, that was just wonderful, that, because of course we know they're really needed, especially as I was just talking about that part on the Dnipro and the bridgehead there. Of course, it's going to support all those things. So yeah, it's definitely very much welcomed. Now then. So I was just looking at something from the GUR. So the representative of the GUR has been speaking about Avdiivka. So the occupiers took Avdiivka for more than 4 months. What kind of strategic offensive can we talk about? He said. So this has been an interview that he's given with Ukrainian media. And he explained that at the moment there is no threat from Russia to Kharkiv, Sumy, Kyiv, or the Chernihiv regions. According to him, Russia is not yet capable of conducting a strategic operation in 2 directions at once. Well, this is why we need to get everything there quickly, isn't it? Quick, sharpish, before they are capable of doing that. So the cities where the active hostilities are currently taking place, he said, are the southwestern strategic direction, Kharkiv, Sumy, Chernihiv, Kyiv are the Western strategic direction. Russia is currently continuing its strategic operation only in the one direction because it has neither the troops nor the strength nor the means to carry out powerful offensive operation in the Western strategic direction, he said. The Russian Federation does not currently have a strategic reserve. They are trying to create it and the illusion of it. Everything that was created was immediately brought onto our territory. The 18th Army, the 25th Army, the 3rd Army Corps, they are all still fighting. There is no reserve, he said. Now, this, I think, is important because, you know, Russia has tried to make out like, you know, they're bringing in reinforcements. But, of course, that's not really the case. What they're really doing is just continuing to move people about in different directions. So I think that's important to talk about that because, you know, they do put all these, in fact, actually, just let me, sorry, I'm just getting distracted in my own head now. I was just reminding myself of what I'd said earlier about the warning for the disinformation. So I'm just going to check the Centre for Strategic Communications because I think that's where I saw it earlier. And if I can't find it at the moment, I will have to come back and tell you all about it. Here we go. Russian propagandists are spreading a provocation video with the so-called son of Sersky. This video is part of a large-scale hostile psychological operation, and that's directed at the command of the armed forces. Of course, we've seen some of this in previous weeks. So they're trying to take advantage of the fact that many Ukrainians, in particular military personnel, have relatives in the Russian Federation. And with this, the enemies are trying to discredit Ukrainians. So even Sersky, who became the hero of the Russian commercials, is not the son of the commander-in-chief of the armed forces of Ukraine. He is the son of Alexander Sersky, ex-wife from her other marriage. So that's not even, it's not even his child then, basically. So they're trying to say that because she had a child in another marriage. And Alexander Sersky did not at any time ever adopt the child and divorced his mother back in 2009. So it's not his child, basically. Alexander Sersky's ex-wife left for Australia with her children and a new husband 14 years ago. Colonel General Sersky does not maintain any relations with her or her family, and they are warning not to succumb to hostile propaganda and trust only verified sources. So, of course, they keep pumping out. Well, we were warned of this, weren't we, Christopher, about them pulling that connection. In fact, we spoke about this in fact, actually, if I remember correctly, when Andrew from Ossifel was here last Friday, I think this is one of the things that he mentioned that he expected, told us to watch out for, didn't he? And he expected this to be increased in intensity than pushing this particular narrative. So, it's good to see that he was right, isn't it? This guy knows what he's talking about.
Well, I mean, it is good to see that he's right, but it's just not, it's not good, but it's the same level of narrative that we've seen with the mayor of Kyiv and some of the others that have been trying to stir crap to divide people who are anti the servant of the people party, basically. Back to you.
Absolutely, I agree. And of course, they can have political differences. That's entirely up to them in their own democratic countries. But it's nevertheless very dangerous and very selfish, if you ask me, to be bringing those out at this particular time now. And, you know, because like you say, it's really, really important more than ever for everybody to be united. And that's not just Ukraine, that's all of us as well. We have to stay united in our various communities and groups that we are involved in, and we cannot let things divide us. And there's lots of what I call sneak trolls around at the moment, Christopher. I've noticed these people who pretend to be on pro-Ukraine, but really they're not. And they're coming saying all these things, not even just specifically in here, but just in general everywhere, all over the internet. These people trying to push, trying to pretend that they care about Ukraine and they support Ukraine. And then, as people were saying earlier, causing divisions between people and going into different groups and sprinkling seeds of doubt and all these types of things, you know. It's really difficult right now, but we've all got to really take a step back. And as many people were saying earlier, and many people who know much more about these things than I do, say, if you're feeling like you're getting upset over something, that's a really good sign that it's meant to do that to you. So if you can possibly take a step back, and if that involves putting down that thing, not reading it anymore, switching to something else, if you have to do that, then do that, because you cannot focus properly on taking all the information and evaluate critical thinking and use that if you're emotionally triggered. Whereas if you're sat thinking about a problem normally and you're not emotionally triggered, then of course things make much more sense to you and you see much more. And that happens to us all. So there'll be lots to talk about with Osavo on Friday. I'm really looking forward to this. However, I look forward to it every week, so it's probably no different. So some more Russian propaganda now. Russian propaganda is spreading fakes about the murder of Maxim Kuzminov in Spain. So a fighter pilot who defected to Ukraine. In particular, the Russian Federation is trying to convince that he was killed by Ukrainian special services. Of course, why would they do that? Ukrainian special services got what they needed from this guy. He defected. It was a long operation that went on for quite some months. They took the time to get his family out of Russia first. So why would Ukraine go ahead and do something like that? It just doesn't make any logical sense, for one. And in my experience, if things don't make logical sense, that usually means there's something a bit fishy going on, as we say here in the UK. Something a bit unscrupulous. So the resources of the Russian Federation are, of course, actively continuing to spread this. They are spreading the publication of the Italian online publication. The correspondent there associated with the Italian citizen Amido Avondet. Avondet is a politician and a journalist from Turin who visits the Russian embassy in Italy and enjoys the support of Putin's United Russia Party. In December 2022, he visited Moscow, where he met with the deputies and the heads of the State Duma of the Russian Federation and received official thanks from them. In the summer of 2023, he illegally visited the occupied territories of Ukraine, where he worked as a special correspondent of the Russian assault brigade, the Wolves, and wore the military uniform of the Russian Federation, with, of course, all the things that we see, then put them on all the Z swastika, as the Ukrainians are calling it in some circles. So in his publications, he justifies the invasion of Ukraine and calls on the Italian government not to help Ukraine, but to cooperate with the Kremlin. So don't be sucked in by this publication and the Russian narrative that they're spreading is basically the warning from that. Because, in fact, actually, the GUR confirmed yesterday, didn't they, Christopher, that that is indeed the Russian pilot that defected to Ukraine. And, of course, who threatened to take him out? It wasn't Ukrainians, was it? And why would Ukrainians take him out? No, it's valuable for Russians to take him out, just as they threatened to do. And so, if anything, this is something that you can all use to speak to your governments, your representatives about, because this is evidence that supports the network of Russian spies, FSB agents, various other names that you might want to call them, all around the world, infiltrating anywhere that they can. So, you know, it's really serious, and these are the things that we can use to show that to people that are not paying attention, to people that have not had time or for whatever reason have not been able to engage with information the way we have. This is something that you can show them directly and say, well, look, this is what they're doing all across the world. They've already murdered people on the streets of the UK twice, once many years ago and once recently with nerve agents, Novichok and polonium-210. I'll never forget that, as you can tell. I even can remember to this day the actual name of the polonium that they put in Alexander Litvinenko's tea. And he was in the UK for many, many years. And as many people have said before, when Putin's after you, he's never going to let you go. So this proves that we have to stop these people. We have to stop Russia. And we all have to do that together. For every child?
Tracy, do you have a link to that story for me to boost?
I can get that to you, yes.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. No problem at all. And apologies, everybody. I kind of went on a little bit of a waffle and a rant there, Christopher. A rant to finish the day with. Poor people, poor listeners.
You were very cogent. You were very cogent. You were fine. Thank you for the rants.
Well, thank you. So let me see. I only have 5 minutes left now. I believe, Christopher, you may be stopping on a little bit longer than me tonight. Is that right? The
Yes,
wonderful
I'm
thing that you
doing a
always
quick
do.
fill-in.
Okay, so before I go, then I will leave you with one humanitarian topic more, or one more humanitarian topic, should I say. It would help if I could get my words in the correct order. So, Poltava Regional Military Administration, they have been visited by, well, I'm going to go ahead and say it, but some of you might cringe at this, but the head of UNICEF has visited them. He has brought several ambulances, which I'm pleased to say. So again, this is why I've chosen this story today, because as you can tell, my theme of the day is ambulances, and I'm really pleased to see these ambulances going there. So I told you about that one earlier, and that was in the Dnipropetrovsk region. And now we have this one. This is the first car of its type and configuration in the Poltava region. It's basically a hospital on wheels, so it's more than a car, and it's way more than an ambulance. It allows you to provide emergency treatment and transport babies with the smallest weight. It's specifically equipped for babies. It's even equipped with everything you need, from special equipment from a refrigerator with medicines to springs that minimize any jolts during the movement. So it's got excellent, what do they call them? Shock absorbers, by the sound of it. Now, this is being provided to the medical facility of Ukraine, and it's also part of the First Lady Olena Zelenska's initiative, along with the Ministry of Health and UNICEF. And so this is for the neonatology team. So this is obviously for babies that are either born early or born with lots of very difficult conditions, and they have to go into the neonatal unit and have special care treatment. So this involves a team that's working from the regional hospital, and this is specifically targeting low weight and prematurely born babies, and of course, like I said, seriously ill babies from all over the region. So that's obviously fantastic news, because that's what they're doing in Ukraine, is protecting that future generation, and they don't want their children to suffer this brutal invasion and this ridiculous bully of a neighbour that they've had to deal with, for generations and generations. They don't want any more generations to suffer it. And on that final note, Christopher, I shall tell everybody, please retweet the space. Please go to our fundraiser and donate if you can, because these cars are definitely very needed, just as much as ambulances are needed. These trucks that we're trying to raise funds for are also very needed. And you can help a special operations unit of the National Guard, as well as the 18th Brigade of the National Guard. And actually, we're going to be joined by somebody from the National Guard, I believe, quite soon. We had Volodymyr here on, was it Sunday? I think it was Sunday, wasn't it, Christopher? I'm pretty sure it was Sunday. We had Volodymyr here from the Omega Unit, the Special Operations Omega Unit. So let's help these guys and gals do some spooky boo things. So get shaking your change jars, get shaking your pockets, look down your couch cushions. And if you've got loads of money in the bank and you're rich, well, you can just go there, but be as generous as you are able to afford to, please. And, you know, they will really, really appreciate it in Ukraine. And we do some fantastic things here. So let's keep doing all those fantastic things together. And then we can keep helping Ukraine. And that sounds perfect to me. What do you reckon, Christopher?
You forgot to
Coming up to join you
to
anyway.
mention the change jar by the door.
The change jar by the door. Do you know what? How many of you have change jars like Christopher? I would be interested to know. Do you have a change jar? Some people have a change ashtray, even though they've never smoked. I've noticed this before. This is quite intriguing to me. But whatever it is that you put your change in, it never goes back in your pockets, does it? Come on, let's face it. So sling it across to MriyaReport. We would be very happy to convert that into buying trucks for the National Guard of Ukraine. Will that do, Christopher?
That's perfect. But you know, like an ashtrays can be very pretty. There's no reason to throw out something or give away something that's useful, right? Back to you.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you don't smoke anymore, then that's all the better, isn't it? But yes, so if you have a pretty ashtray and you don't use it for smoking and you have coins in it, well, we would like you to sling your coins across to MriyaReport if you are able to, and let's buy trucks with them. You've got that nice, easy payment link there in the tweet. So we always add that in for you and your convenience, which is my favourite way of paying a donation. So I like to go on and do my donations that way. It's much easier. Now, I don't know who's coming up to join you, actually, Christopher. I haven't had a chance to double check that. But whilst we wait and see who is coming up to join you, I can tell you that the left bank of the Dnipro, the occupiers are getting destroyed by judging by all these videos that I'm looking at. There's lots of videos. Nice videos to see. 1.5 tons of explosives suddenly flew to the occupants in the eastern direction. Soldiers of the 48th Kamyantsy Polski Engineering Brigade used a UR-77 to inflict damage on a cluster of occupiers. 2 launches and mass explosions. In one charge, the installation is more than 700 kilograms. Wow. That's definitely an explosion. Certainly a big explosion there. What's this that I'm looking at? This is interesting. Oh, this is an even wider video. So the 810th and the 81st separate Russian Federation were held minus the command staff and about 60 enemy fighters. So I wonder if that's relating to that incident. That's interesting. All in one spot, the command staff and 60 enemy fighters.
Was that the group that was that the group that was told to line up and wait?
No, I don't think so, because this is in the Kherson region. And that wasn't in Kherson, was it? I don't think. I would have to go back and double check the post from this morning, which actually, whilst we're doing the co-host swap, I will do, because I can locate that somewhere. And I will just let you all know, because that was certainly very interesting. They did say last night, didn't they, there was about 65 occupiers that had been affected. But when I was looking at the videos this morning, the guy that was on the video, he was saying Company 1 was over there, Company 4 was over there, Company this was over there. And he got to Company 6. So according to him, there were 6 companies there at this location. And indeed, he was saying that they were all lined up. Why did they line them up for the command staff? He was saying, have they not learned their lesson from these times this has happened before? Which, of course, I was chuckling away at. So, yeah, that was on a Russian training ground in Trudivsky district. So that's a completely different location. Looks like more interesting things coming out for tomorrow. I look forward to it. And now I think it's time for me to move myself out of this very comfortable chair, Christopher. I'm late. I've been talking for too long. I should depart quickly.
Yeah.
We like to keep things on time around
Yes, we
here.
do. We like to try to make the trains run on time. Doesn't always happen, but but we try anyway. So I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you again for the calendar. That is lovely. It's very green. Yorkshire, there's lots of green. This whole calendar is filled with green things, green pastures, green, and there's a lot of rock. Oh no, that's not green. That's a cityscape with a river and a sea. A river and a sea. That's in September though. Very lucky.
Green is my favourite colour, and I'm going. I shall see you all later. Thank you so much. And as always, thank you so much to you, Christopher. And good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Evening. Have a good evening, Tracy. I'll be up to speak and co-host in a minute, I guess. I'm still waiting for the tractor beam.
Well, we got to wait for Tracy to jump down first before they can engage. So where are we? So one thing I was kind of saving for Tracy, but she has popped off. So maybe when she comes back up, is she there as a listener? She's there as a listener. Good. So there is a article in the Wall Street Journal, and it's our friend Butenhoff is featured, and it says it's an exclusive. This came out this morning. I'm going to go ahead and read it to you. Ukraine's military spy chief says Russia will struggle to keep up the fight. Tracy, this is for you. Lieutenant General Kiro, I can't say his first name, Butenhoff, says
Kirillov.
Says Russians don't have the strength to achieve the goal of seizing 2 eastern regions this year. And this is Russia's capture of the eastern Ukrainian city of Avdiivka is the clearest sign yet of a shift of the war's momentum as it approaches in its 3rd year. In an interview Tuesday with Ukraine's withdrawal already underway, Kirill Butenhoff, Ukraine's military intelligence chief, acknowledged the tough situation for Ukraine's outnumbered and outgunned forces. But Russia also has problems, he said. Russia's professional army was largely destroyed the first year of the invasion, he said, meaning it now throws untrained conscripts into suicidal assaults. It uses more artillery shells than it can produce. Although it fielded hundreds of tanks last year, most of them were old models taken from storage and refurbished, while only 178 were new. Missile attacks on Ukrainian cities have subsided in recent weeks as Russian supplies have run down. As a result, Butenhoff said Russia will struggle to achieve its main strategic goal of seizing all of the eastern Donetsk and Luhansk regions this year. Quote, they don't have the strength, he says. Western officials and analysts see Butenhoff's reading as the optimal scenario for Ukraine this year. If Ukraine can fight a smart, decisive battle wearing down the Russian strength while rebuilding its own forces, the thinking goes, it could launch another counteroffensive again against a weakened opponent in 2025. A recent study by a London-based think tank, the Royal United Services Institute, and we looked at this yesterday, I think, suggested Russian forces are likely to peak towards the end of the year and then struggle increasingly with a lack of ammunition and armored vehicles in 2025. Western officials say that Putin hasn't given up on his maximalist goals of subjugating Ukraine, but has no master plan and is instead betting that Russian manpower and equipment will win the day. Officials note that the Russian domestic ammunition production is insufficient to meet the needs of a grinding conflict. Western sanctions are causing delays and increasing costs for Russian industry, affecting both the quality of new systems and the ability to repair damaged ones. They say this has left Russia increasingly reliant on allies to provide it with equipment to maintain its war effort. There is one wild card: whether additional U.S. support blocked by Republicans in Congress will come through. Will they be prepared to provide us with the supplies for the full year while we are preparing or not? Butinov said. It's an interesting question. Tracy, that sounds like Butinov. Ukraine's leadership, Western military planners, and analysts have raised concerns about a lack of equipment and manpower after a failed counteroffensive last year. For its part, Russia has proved able to find recruits for its military, Butinov said. The Russian military has about 510,000 military personnel in and around Ukraine and has been able to recruit about 30,000 a month. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said in December that Ukraine has some 600,000 serving troops of various kinds, although military commanders say that that is not enough of those who are combat ready. But Moscow hasn't used its troops sufficiently. Zelensky said at a security forum in Munich on Saturday that Russia had managed to advance only marginally at the cost of tens of thousands of lives by laying waste to small settlements. Butinov also sought to put the Russian capture of Avdiivka into a broader context. It had taken the Russian army nearly 2 years of heavy assaults since the start of the full-scale invasion to take the city, he said. By another count, it has been almost a decade as Russian paramilitaries had been attacking the city since 2014. Quote, is that a success for the great, powerful Russian army? Butinov said. Alongside its military assaults, Butinov said Russia was seeking to stir trouble in Ukraine's society and armed forces. He said Moscow recently activated a plan that combines disinformation and attempts to assassinate prominent Ukrainians in an effort to cause discord in Ukraine and weaken the resolve of the country's soldiers. The peak would come in the spring, he said, and be accompanied by powerful military assaults aimed at taking advantage of any strife. Former President Petro Poroshenko said last week that he had been prevented from traveling to Germany for Munich conference because of an alleged assassination plot against him. Poroshenko, the rival of Zelensky's, called the move an example of Ukrainian authorities' attempt to sideline political opponents. Butinov wouldn't comment on the specifics of the case, but said Russia had been planning a false flag operations against Ukrainian politicians that could be used to divide society by blaming authorities. Another example he cited was a recent claim by former Russian President Dmitry Medvedev, the resident drunk, that French President Emmanuel Macron had canceled a trip to Kyiv last week because he feared assassination there. Around the same time, a video was being shared online purporting to show on French news channel France 24 making the same claim. France 24 said the video was a so-called deep fake made by using artificial intelligence to reproduce the presenter's voice. French officials denied any cancellation because of security concerns and said Macron would visit before the middle of next month. Butinov said the incident was all part of the Russian operation. Quote, it's all elements of the same big idea, he said. And that's it. There's the end of that story. It's a little bit lackluster there at the end. They did get a chance to interview him, I guess. I don't know if they're going to spin anything more out of it. There are 1,213, 1.3K comments. And then it's like, yep.
Generally positive news, though, right? I mean,
I think so. I mean, it's definitely, it's a Wall Street Journal, so they're going to, of course, they're going to, you know, they're a bit hawkish, and they are going to probably give him, they didn't really lace into him at all, really. I think it was pretty straight up. And he probably also did his Butinov, where he answered things in as short of sentences as they gave him in the article. Back to you, David.
yeah, it must be fun doing an interview with Bujanov. Yeah. Quite challenging, I think, for most journalists. What else has been going on today? So we know about these planes have been shot down. Has anyone got further ideas about what could be doing it, or have we kind of run up against the end of the list of possibilities? I think we were talking about the possibility of F-16s and Patriots and all kinds, maybe domestic Frankensams. Did anything further come out of that?
Nothing during the marathon that we had as co-hosting. We didn't broach that subject, nor did anybody come up with coming up to give us any insight in that. So anything you have would be welcomed.
Yeah, no, I've got nothing. I think it's something new is all we can say. Some new capability that they've got. It could be a combination of Patriots with mobile launchers and extra radars and all kinds of things. Could be F-16s. Could be something else. So no, it could be a completely domestic developed solution. So kind of who knows? I don't think there's any more information that's going to come out for quite a while on that front, I guess. What about this FBI thing? Have you heard about this, Alexander Smirnov?
No, refresh me. There's been a couple of things with the FBI.
Yeah, so an ex-informant, Alexander Smirnov, for the FBI, was basically lying about everything. So all of his evidence seems to be inaccurate. So I think particularly it relates to Hunter Biden stuff. Now I've not really looked at it. I've just seen the headline. So let's have a look, see what it says. It's put the spotlight back on the former British spy Christopher Steele. As a confidential human source in 2020, Smirnov said executives at Ukrainian energy company Burisma paid the Bidens $5 million in cash each for favors from Joe Biden during his term as vice president. His claim was crucial evidence in the House Republicans' inquiry into the current president and his family. So that's all nonsense, right? So that's what's been uncovered. And yeah, he's now been charged with making false statements, manufacturing false records concerning the Biden's business dealings in Ukraine. And the Justice Department said that he should remain in custody because of his alleged ties with Russian intelligence agencies. So I think, one of the good things about this is that all of these links to Russian intelligence and mucking around with our free and open societies coming out step by step. And I can't wait for it to kind of hit the public consciousness, because it still seems to be not quite hitting home yet with many people. So his indictment led to comparisons to Steele. So Steele being this MI6 guy. The Steele dossier, infamous Steele dossier during 2016 presidential race alleged that Russia had been cultivating Trump for years. The dossier also alleged that Trump campaign figures worked with Russian President Vladimir Putin to find damaging information about his opponent Hillary Clinton. Large portions of the contents of the report have not been substantiated.
You're speaking of the Steele dossier?
Yeah.
It's not been substantiated?
Yeah. So that's nothing new, that's just old information. So I'm not really sure where this Christopher Steele kind of fits into it. I think they're just saying that maybe they should take a look back at what was in that dossier and see if it can be substantiated now. I think that's what they're saying. Yeah, anyway. Oh, it's quite a long article, actually. Former federal prosecutor Barbara McQuaid said that while many of the statements in the Steele dossier were unconfirmed, it was not proven that Steele did not believe them to be true. Oh, dearie me, these journalists don't have to try and spin a yarn, don't they? Crikey. It's difficult to assess charging decisions by prosecutors because they often know facts that are not available to the public. But to charge someone with false statements, you must be able to prove the person knew the statements were false. So, long story short, the Smirnov guy, who's basically the basis for all of the Hunter Biden stuff, has kind of been proved to be a Russian agent and discredited. And in the meantime, the allegations that Steele made, which link Trump more closely with Russian intelligence, still hasn't been proved one way or the other. Maybe they'll look at it again. I don't know. Anyway, that's in Newsweek if you want to read it properly. Another thing that I just noticed was that there's we were talking quite a lot about the increasing moves towards totalitarianism in Russia, and it's kind of at least one story a day that's coming out of Russia. One kind of trend that I'm kind of following and talking about on the space is how they're changing the economy to more of a kind of state-controlled. It's pretty state-controlled already. Right, so either you work for the government or you work by the grace of the government, or the KGB, to be more precise. But increasingly, the state is basically actively seizing assets. And two things have happened today which are kind of along these lines. And one is that the biggest glass manufacturer in the world is a Japanese company. I can't remember what it's called off the top of my head. ABC or something. It's a three-letter thing. Hold on a second. AGC. It's a Japanese company, the biggest glass company in the world. Obviously, they've got operations everywhere, and they own most of the glass manufacturing capacity in Russia. They've recently just sold that capacity, because they had to. So they probably didn't get too much money for it. No one's talking about how much they were paid, but this is all going into kind of covert state ownership, or let's say ownership for selected members of the security services, who will just have been getting a unexpected bonus in their packet of shares of these companies that have been taken back into state ownership effectively. So that's what's going on in the glass market. But also, something as kind of as trivial that you think wouldn't be a kind of strategic interest to the state at all. The biggest car dealership in Russia is a company called Rolf, which I've always found quite amusing. It's like, I don't know, calling a company Basil or something. It's one of those kind of odd things about Russians, that they call things strange things sometimes. That's another one where they're basically were the official dealers for loads and loads of Western and Japanese brands, so Toyota, Mercedes-Benz, BMW, blah blah blah. Basically, they had dealerships for most of the big foreign car manufacturers, and they've been taken into state control. So, sorry, 1 second. I need to just have a quick look at this. So Sergei Petrov is the guy who used to own it, and he was a State Duma deputy. So he's obviously fallen out of favour somehow, and had all of his car dealerships taken from him. And the dealerships themselves are owned, through a typically Russian kind of Byzantine corporate structure. So you've got various Rolf companies. Rolf Estates in Petersburg, for example, which owns the sites that the dealers are on, and Rolf Tech LLC, which is kind of markets the diagnostic tools that go into the dealerships, and so on and so on. then all owned by a company called Delance Limited in Cyprus. Surprise, surprise. So, so there was a joke in the 90s about Cyprus that, you know, there were more dollars in Cyprus than anywhere else on the planet, because basically all of the dollars in circulation in Russia are effectively laundered in Cyprus. So yeah, it's still a hub. let's say. I think it's getting more difficult for them to operate out of Cyprus, and that's I was talking earlier in the week or late last week, I think, about the Cyprus banks closing down on quite a lot of Russian businesses, but yeah, I don't suppose it's watertight yet. Yeah, there's nothing really much more to say about that one. Yeah, the shares have been transferred to the temporary management of Rosimущество. That's like the state company that owns property. So I don't know what you call it. There isn't an equivalent, as far as I know, in the US or in the UK. Come to that. Basically, that would be kind of like the Queen or something, or the King. There's been some news recently that something's going to happen tomorrow. So I don't know if you've noticed. If you've noticed that, Christopher, seem to be some rumours flying around.
Out of you talking about coming out of Denmark, or coming out of somebody like?
No, United 24.
Oh well, United 24 is talking about. There's the Safe Skies initiative that Timothy Snyder, a professor from Yale, and also a prolific writer, as we all may know, but they've hit their $950,000 first goal, or coming to the first goal. I guess they're close, or something along those lines. Anyway, it's a sensor. It's a deployment of sensors across Ukraine that basically provide intel about incoming ordnance, drones specifically, and they can detect those, and as well as other incoming aircraft, because as Snyder notes, that Russia will certainly repeat the attacks on civilian infrastructure this year. And so we've seen that. We've seen them dumping more and more of the Shaheeds, the two different variants that they have been able to get their hands on, and certainly been able to help with the help of the Iranians producing the in country. So it's an interesting program. If you're on United 20 u24.gov.ua /safe skies, you can get a little piece of. It's a good little microsite to give you information about that particular initiative. So anyway, back to you, David.
Yeah. No, United 24 seems to be suggesting that there's going to be some sea activity tomorrow. So it says, watch out, something's coming up. Watch out twice. Hold on a second. Tomorrow, be ready twice, wink. Who's ready for another sea adventure? Yeah, interesting. So I don't know what we're supposed to wait for, but I expect both sides are going to try and do something on the 2-year anniversary, I guess. But it'd be lovely if Ukraine did something exciting. The other thing that I think is really concerning are these Iranian ground-to-ground missiles. Have you heard anything about them? Apparently 400 have been
Yeah,
purchased.
Reuters did a reporting on it. We read through the first half of the first half of the article, and it's more disconcerting, I think, that because Iran, the lifting of their ability to deal with this sanction, I forget exactly, back in October of last year, something to the effect that they've basically some sort of agreement ran out that wasn't renewed, and then allowed them to more freely and openly distribute weapons to anybody who wants them. And that's what one of the 6 of the informants, Iranian contacts in there, none of them named by name, but their sources. I found it, when I read through part of this, what I found interesting was that there's usually 1 or 2 unnamed sources, and so that's okay. Kind of you always sort of expect somebody to talk to you on background, but as a reporter, but not actually want their information into the story. But that Reuters goes out to point in the first graph, the lead sentence, it goes to point out that there are 6 of these sources together. So that I thought was interesting to highlight that. And then throughout the piece, they go ahead and name kind of, you don't know, they don't say source 1, source 2, source 3. They sort of cluster them together. But in any case, what I thought was disconcerting was the response when asked. Basically, the response was, "Hey, if there's no reason to hide it, we can sell weapons to whoever we want to." And we have a pretty good idea that China is doing a good job of giving Iran a bunch of money through oil, illegal oil sales, sanctioned oil, and now, of course, Russia is paying Iran. I think it was another fella that came up and gave us a sort of a breakdown on the cost of these things per unit, that was bantered about as far as Russia paying for these particular weapons. And geez, they're really getting gouged. Not that that really matters to them, because it's all, I think, mostly it's all petrodollars anyway. So it's sort of this vicious cycle that sort of goes round and round. Back to you. Okay. So we have, I'll just bring this up just because I don't necessarily like to bring up American politics, because it always opens a can of worms. But if you're into politics in the American politics, I'm sorry, let's do this again. If you're into United States, U.S. politics, because remember, there are 3 Americas: North America, South America, and Central America. All of them
Oh,
America.
sorry, Christopher. I was
You're
talking into a dead
muted,
mic.
Mike. That's all right.
Sorry about
Let
that.
me just give the PSA for Punchbowl News. If you
Yeah.
guys don't, if everybody anybody is interested in the United States, the politics in the United States, Punchbowl, you could do wrong. You could do worse by not follow. I'm sorry. Punchbowl News, follow them, because they're actually pretty good. They've been around for about 4 years now, maybe a little bit more, maybe a little bit less, but they have a article up, inside the closed house Republican leadership retreat in Miami. And they go in detail the everybody in the House leadership in the Republican Party going to Miami, and going to the Freedom Caucus, hanging out down there. And yeah, it seems like a lovely kind of time. I thought that we were supposed to use the recess. This is my thinking anyway, that we're supposed to use the recess to contact your constituents in your local districts, that you'd be able to make some, have some FaceTime with them. But apparently, unless you're in this very, very exclusive closed door event, some of yours, if these are your representatives, are not going to be able to be reached. So not certainly during this recess, but give Punchbowl News a look from it's right there pretty much up at the top. And from that, I think that they do a pretty good job in reporting the ins and ins of United States politics. I'm sorry, David, go ahead, back to you.
Yeah, no, that's interesting. I'm just scrolling through that, and also very curious. They have a vacation and then go and sit with each other and talk about, I don't know what they're talking about. Yeah, I think they've got other things that they should be doing. I just was putting up a little bit more information about the Iranian missiles. So apparently they're the Fatah 110 family. Apparently they've sent about 400 of them, such as the Zulfiqar. I don't know what that is. Zulfiqar is apparently the kind of missile they've got, and the thing is, it's like 300 to 700 kilometers range. So yeah, quite nasty. 400 of those or something. I think we could do without. So yeah, there's that. It seems like they've come across the Caspian Sea, and it's sort of fairly predictable. Some of them have been flown in, but it seems like most of them have come in by sea. It's amazing that
Well, maybe wait, David. Maybe what are you doing? Maybe you're connecting dots for everybody.
It's actually pretty impressive that we know all of this stuff, but can't do anything about it. We know that the North Koreans are sending shells, and we know the Iranians are supplying things. And even despite the fact that 90% of the components come from the United States or Europe or Japan, still don't seem to be doing much about it, which is disappointing. Even though, having said that, what was it I was looking at yesterday with the sanctions definitely are having an effect. Just not enough, not quickly enough for our tastes. The details will come back to me in a minute, I'm sure.
Yeah, but let's remember. I see you, Tracy. I'm just going to say something, and then I'll stop. Just remember that the components that are in these weapons are very. They're not particularly sophisticated components. They're components that can be purchased as odd lots of chips and stuff. Granted that maybe it shouldn't ever get to a secondary or a tertiary market, but in many cases, if you're using I think we talked about breast pumps and breast pump machines, and there's sort of the components that are in those are also good for creating these weapons. And so it's a weird thing, but unfortunately, I don't think we have the capacity to tighten the screws down that far. But what we do have is apparently, if United 24 is planning something on the seas, and these things are coming in by sea, I don't know, put two and two together in this one little segment, and maybe you come up with something. Who knows? I'm not a conspiracy theorist. Tracy, please go ahead.
Thank you, Christopher. So the GUR have said that they don't have any intelligence about the transfer of the Iranian missiles. Of course, that doesn't mean that there isn't any to find, or that that's not happening. But at this point, they are saying that their intelligence services has no information. So I think that's pretty specific. To say that you've actually got no information. It's not like, we can't say anything at this time, is it? It's like we actually don't have any information about it, which I find quite interesting.
Yeah, I mean, this article is from today from Reuters. It's, what is it? 6:30 p.m. That's my time, so that's I don't know, 1 o'clock Eastern, something like that. Anyway, 4 reporters on it. None of them particularly, let's say, ones that you'd recognise as being Russian moles, because there are certainly some of those at Reuters as well. But these look pretty kosher reporters, and the details are quite accurate. So precise, let's say, maybe not. Zagorodnyuk, you said.
Say that again, sorry, David.
Was that who was it that you were talking about? Because there's also a Ukrainian name here, Zagorodnyuk.
So,
Never mind.
do you want me to forward it to you?
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind, that would be great. Yeah, talking about the components, Christopher, it's something I'm kind of pretty deeply involved in is semiconductor business, and I've been trying to kind of get some enthusiasm about moving more towards know your customer principles in the supply chain. So it's something that's very, very common in financial industry, but it's something that's it's kind of a step beyond, at least at the moment, for the semiconductor industry. Although I think that there are good commercial reasons as well for doing it. So you're perfectly right to say that a lot of these devices that find their way into missiles are fairly low powered, low end controllers or processors, and there are kinds of things like, as you say, you can pick up it from a distributor. But on the cutting edge, we're still, significantly in advance of both China and Russia and anywhere else for that matter. So it's still the leading technology, the 4 nanometers and below kinds of technology. That's something that China can't produce. And although it's making progress, still just the technology of how you manufacture something like that is all under, let's say, friendly nations' control. And I think we're slowly starting to see some moves towards making sure that situation remains that way, because China is only making the progress they have done so far because they've been stealing IP. So it's not capability that they've managed to build up on their own. It's just a matter that they've been buying machines from ASML, for example, in the Netherlands, and copying them. And it's just what they do with everything. So we really need to kind of tighten up on our
if you look at China's newest helicopter that they're putting out, it looks surprisingly like an Apache. So have a look. Just Google Singapore Air Show. You'll find a bunch of articles on that and some commentary about what's been going on. There's been China also debuted and flew a jet that kind of looks a lot like somebody else's jet, like a passenger. This is a passenger plane, by the way. So anyway, and then of course there's Hungary, and I didn't see if it was at the air show, but they're putting out Turkey. Sorry, not Hungary, Turkey, right? Fifth generation fighter, which also is kind of looks a lot like something.
In the industries that I've been in with semiconductors, it's basically automotive is my main area, but kind of stretching into sort of anything with kind of an embedded real-time control system. So to a certain extent, aerospace, rail, power generation, factory automation, all of those kinds of things that use a relatively low-powered processor to do some kind of real-time control, like if the piston's in a certain position, spray some fuel into the cylinder, things like that. Usually we've had on the projects I've worked on, you've always had a very intimate relationship with the